Hello and welcome to an all-new episode of FreezeFramesPerSecond, the video game spin-off podcast from Anime Brain Freeze. As usual, we throw in these episodes once in a while when we don't have enough anime to talk about and want to talk about video games either. It's going to be either of those two. We got the time. We got a couple of games we can talk about, a couple of news, and some other stuff. So let's head right into it. Let's get to the play buffet. All right, John, I think you have checked out a bunch of demos.
Yeah, and I'm not going to run them all down in as great detail as I did last time because that took way too long, but some of them were neat, some of them were, they are video games that you can play.
Wow, the ringing endorsement.
The problem with Next Fest is, and it's a very much first world problem, there's so much to play.
Yeah.
That I just sort of try to laser focus it on what's on my wish list. It helped me solidify a couple of things. I was like, hey, these look neat. And it helped me look at a couple things and be like, yeah, maybe it's not for me after all the way I thought it was going to be. And I must have tried like 10 or 12 different games. And I'm trying to look through my Steam activities so I can at least look at what it was.
I was about to say, anything that stuck out, at least one of those where you were like, oh, okay, this is the highlight of this.
Windrunners was neat. It's like, how can I describe it? It's like a side-scrolling shoot 'em up, but you're kind of like stuck on one screen, and the objective is to eliminate like all of the enemies on screen, and it's a roguelike where you're getting a bonus at the end of each wave and then you get to move on, and it's pretty cool. It's got incredible pixel art, so it looks really neat. Restory Chill Electronics Repairs, which I think just released actually, and I keep getting notifications from is there any deal about it, so I might have to buy it. It is what it is. You have a budget, as it were, and you get to buy games and restore the cartridges and clean them up and either put them on display or resell them. And that's also like just really neat, chill vibes. Got, the amount of detail on the cartridges is crazy because, you're having to do stuff like scrub out the dirt, use different like things use different types of cleaners to get the like markings off the labels, use like a heat gun to remove stuff. So it goes pretty in depth with that sort of stuff.
Interesting. Sounds too much like work to me, but it's an interesting take on making that part of your hobby into a game.
I mean, it's at least pretty relaxed for what it is. I'm confusing. I think I'm confusing it with another repair game. Yeah, no. Okay. I'm being stupid. Restory is one where you're running a shop where you're doing repairs, and it's kind of on a timer. What's the one I was thinking of where it's the game repair thing? Cozy Game Restoration. That was the one I was thinking of. So they're both kind of in the same vein, but one is you're running a shop, one is you're sort of like at a desk and you get in a package and you get to actually physically dump it out, and you see the packing peanuts go everywhere while you're trying to not make a mess of things and clean it up.
Are there any clear references to existing games in
for sure.
Okay.
It's totally not Mario Brothers, or it's totally not, Final Fantasy. You could look at it and be like, you can see what it's supposed to not be.
See, that's the thing that I would get out of this. When it's like, look at this. It's obvious what this is, or, what could this be? What could this be a reference to?
Right.
So,
there's another shoot 'em up called Changeable Guardian Estique, which is like in the vein of an NES or a Famicom game. And I believe when you purchase it, you actually get a ROM that you can use on an emulator, or if you have like a flash cart, you can then play it on authentic hardware if you so choose. I think it's one of those types of games. So that was really neat. There's a whole bunch of other stuff. I tried out Echoes of Aincrad just because, hey, it's the new Sword Art game. I'll at least look at it.
How was that?
They're trying to make it be a Souls-like, and it plays fine. I feel like it could use a little better feedback on when you hit an enemy and when you take damage, but I also respect the fact that it's trying to be an MMO, and when you have hit reaction in MMO, it kind of messes up the flow of the game. Like like having played FF14 for 13 years now, Jesus.
Really?
Yeah. I've been playing it since they had a network test, and that was like before the game launched. Then they had a second network test that rolled in with the launch of the game in August 2013. So I've been playing it since before launch.
So before Realms Reborn.
Yes.
Okay.
Or I guess you could say I technically played it even before that, because I played it like 1.0 for like a week, and I was like, boy, this is rough.
I haven't played it for almost as long.
Well, the good news for someone like you is it's easier to catch up than it is to stay current.
I guess. Yeah. But I don't know if I'll ever get to it. Like, I mean, there's some attraction to it. Like, I heard Shadowbringers alone is worth it, but I'm like, okay.
Shadowbringers and Heavensward are both pretty peak. Evercold is looking to be pretty neat because they're making some big changes to how gearing your characters works. You don't need to spend your entire lifetime gearing up 10 jobs. You can gear up one, and then all of your other jobs are geared. Wow. Nice. What a concept.
Nice. Yeah. Crazy.
So,
convenience.
Yeah. Yes. It's kind of nice, some of the changes they're making, but I don't want to turn this to an FF14 cast. So it sounds like 8.0 is shaping up to be pretty cool. But there's that. There was all the demos. There was more I played, but I'm not going to go on and on about that. So we can actually get on with our lives. I guess, there's all that. If we could stay on the topic of Steam. I got a Steam controller, and it's neat. It feels pretty good in the hand. The touch pads on it feel really nice. It's basically a Steam Deck, but we chopped out the screen.
Yeah.
So it feels good to use. I've been basically using it as my main controller on PC now. It pairs with the wireless puck that they were advertising for it, like, really easily, and you can use it wired or wireless. You could just snap the puck onto the back of it, and it just plays wired, and it charges it at the same time. So it's pretty convenient to use, and it's just super easy to switch between devices like that. And I think there's a certain button combination you can hold while starting it up, and it will like switch it between the puck and Bluetooth mode, which also convenient. But yeah, there's other stuff in there, but we'll get to it when we talk about it. So, I guess the last thing before we get into actual games is I've discovered I have an obsession with the rhythm game Maimai.
An obsession with the rhythm game? I don't believe it.
Listen, I have been going to Round1 on and off, and I tried it out. It's Sega's rhythm game that has like a circular screen, and there's like 8 buttons around the edge, and you hit them obviously in time with the music. But then there's also stuff where you have to hit it, and then there's trace notes that go across the screen. And I play on a pretty low difficulty, like 7 or 8, maybe 9 if I'm feeling dangerous. Like the difficulty goes up to I think like 13 or 14. And I have looked up how the other side lives and seen some of the high level charts, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ, how do you keep up with it?
Some people are crazy fast.
Like some charts are insane, and then some charts they try to have fun with. Like there's a song by Ado called Odo where she's singing lyrics like KO and say no, and they draw out like the words no and KO on the screen with the trace notes, and I'm like, okay, all right. There's what song is it from Daytona USA? Let's Go Away, where some of the trace notes spell out the word Daytona.
Nice. So these are all songs from Sega games, or?
It's that, and I mean, they have a whole bunch of other songs in there too, but there is a list of songs that is dedicated Sega stuff. Like, there is no shortage of Takenobu Mitsuyoshi in there. I didn't know that, you know, obviously we know him from stuff like Daytona and like all the Sega arcade days, and like he did some music for PSO2 as well, I think. I didn't know he sang a version of Soul's Refrain from Evangelion.
Okay.
And it's in there, and it's a really cool version of the song. So, all right. Like you name it, Sega stuff is in there. Like there's the Sakura Wars theme. There's Angels with Burning Hearts from Burning Rangers. There's a whole bunch of Sonic stuff. There's a whole mess of anime stuff, pop music, VTuber stuff, of course, because, you know, it got a massive variety. It's got literally thousands of songs. I don't think the one I'm playing is like the most up-to-date version of the game, but it's got a lot of like current era songs in there. So I think it's still getting plenty of updates. And it's fun, and it's neat, and it's easy to just... when other people aren't hogging the machine, it's easy to just get in there and play it for like 2, 3, 4 times in a row when you have the time to yourself. But alongside that, you know, they have other games. Like they have the whole gamut of Konami games at Round 1, like Sound Voltex, DDR, Gitadora, Poppin' Music, all of which I'm terrible at.
Same.
I tried
DDR, but that resulted in, I think, breaking the one of the dancing mats.
On
the birthday.
Oh no!
Of my friend who was doing it. I mean, everyone was doing bad things to those mats, like not treating them as they were supposed to be treated because nobody knew what to do. But
was it one of the soft mats or like one of the hard mats?
It was the soft mats. Oh
yeah, that'd do it. Those things are not built to last.
No, and some others were there, and when I got on it, it broke. And sorry, Oof. David. He's been on the podcast. So
yeah, I was about to say, is it that David?
Yeah, he still talks to me, so it wasn't that bad, but still, he was kind of pissed that day.
Yeah,
it happens.
But yeah, there's also Taiko Drum Master in the arcade. That game's super fun. Some of the songs have a mode where you can play on both drums at the same time, like We Are from One Piece has that.
Nice.
The theme from Detective Conan has that.
Mm-hmm.
And that game also has a whole mess of songs from, you know, whatever, and that's a Bandai Namco game, so it's got songs from their games as well, like this, 2 or 3 songs from Soul Calibur. And then Taito has a couple of games that I mess around with, like Music Diver, where it's a circular screen where you're hitting it with like these rubber-tipped drumsticks, and there's indicators on the screen as well as around the edge of the screen that you're hitting. So that's kind of fun to play with. And then there's a whole bunch of other games that they have. So, but yeah, anytime I have time or a day off, I'm like, I'm just going to go to the arcade and fuck around. I might just end up doing that next week.
I mean, it's nice that you have the opportunity. I would like to have one here as well.
I mean, it's not as close as I would like, but it's close enough that I could just be like, yeah, I'm going to go out there for the afternoon. So,
yeah, sounds good. Must be nice.
Well, you know, it costs gas money, but
well, at least when a couple of years ago, I visited Amsterdam and I met up with a friend, and there was a custom-made Arcade thing where they had a bunch of old machines there and a bunch of new ones, and it was very fun to get through to all of these. But I think in the vicinity here, at least not that I know of, it's not like I looked, but I'm pretty sure they're not really, at least not big ones over here. Maybe like one with 1 or 2 machines or something like that, but I don't think anything big. Then again, I think arcade scene was never as big here as it was in the US, so there's not even that much to revive.
Like, I think there's some smaller arcades dotted across the state, but there's one Round 1, which is, how can I describe this? That is to the west of me, that is basically all the way across the state. And then there's another one that's north across a state line that is technically closer. So that's how it's been. And I also discovered that one of the exits that you can use to get there is a toll road. So imagine me getting a piece of mail from Easy Pass saying, you owe us $1.25, and me being like, oh. So it's all a bunch of figuring that out. But yeah, that's all of the stuff that isn't strictly games, but also sort of games. But yeah, I guess we can get to the actual games then.
And I think you have more actual games than me as well, so why don't you start us off?
Not much more, but yeah. Tried diving into the Mega Man fan game scene again, and there was a promising one called Mega Man W that was getting a lot of attention.
Hadn't heard about this before. Yeah, I mean, I've heard about the X projects, and I follow the channel of the guy who's currently doing the Mega Man 7 engine rework of Rockman World 5 for the Game Boy.
Yeah, there's
pretty cool.
There's that one. I haven't followed that one in a bit, but the one I had been following, we talked about last time, was Viral Nightmare. Yeah. And Cat Yard Games, they've been pushing out updates pretty consistently. So, like
the other X game, I forgot its name, that I'm also following, that looks pretty cool, which is a pretty entirely new thing, I think.
There's a chiptune artist I've been following, Omega Man ZX, who had been doing music for a game called Regenesis. That's the other one that is releasing this month.
I think that's also the one I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks good.
It does. Mega Man W is neat in concept, but it kind of falls into that fan game trap where it feels like they don't really entirely understand the level design of classic Mega Man.
Yeah.
And I think I finished like one stage, and then I tried playing a couple others, and I was getting super frustrated because the thing that makes classic Mega Man good is the way that a game will introduce its mechanics, and it will introduce the stage mechanics in isolation to you. Yeah. And then it'll slowly start to weave them in one to another. And so then that way it becomes a challenge, after you've learned what a level is all about.
Igor Raptor did a good video on that.
Yes. And this game doesn't really seem to 100% understand that. It tries the best it can, but some levels are like, come on.
Yes, just bad shit thrown at you, or evil shit.
Like, maybe it's me getting old, but some levels are like, I feel like you could work this out a little better. Like, there's one stage with Beam Man. Can you guess what the main stage obstacle is?
Razor blades.
Yes. No, it's everyone's favorite. It's force beams. The thing that everyone loves to hate from Quick Man stage.
Insta-kill beams.
Yes.
People who have never played the Mega Man game.
And you have to go through that and navigate that, and it's like, and then there's a part where it seems like you can't get past it. So I tried climbing up through it, and I died. And after I had died, I saw what the mechanic was, and there are these enemies with these shields that they push forward, that push the beams out of the way. And it's like, wow, maybe if you had shown me that like 2 seconds sooner, I would have understood what to do here. And it felt like, well, the mechanic is just wait, stupid. No, the mechanic is you should have shown me sooner so I could have understood and parsed what I needed to do. And there's another. Yes. And then there's another stage where it's an ice stage where your slide enhances your jump speed and length if you are actually sliding on ice. And there's like no point where it says, hey, you should try sliding. Maybe it'll help you jump further. So, like even just showing an enemy, like maybe not an enemy, but like a background object, just sliding around at higher speed to show you, hey, this is a thing that you can do in this level.
Yeah, they're probably like, hey, people will figure it out by accident, but that's not how it's supposed to work.
No.
Sounds a bit like a Mega Man Unlimited situation where that kind of was also happening, at least in the later levels. Mm-hmm. Where you die a couple of times and then you maybe figure it out, but it's not really like properly taught to you by the game. It's just you stumble over it instead of it being like to you subtly shown to you in a way that makes it that integrates it into the actual gameplay, but also makes it pretty clear what you have to do and what you can do and what your abilities are.
Yeah, and there's some situations where not telling you explicitly works, like going back to the Ego Raptor video about Mega Man X, when you fall into that pit with the giant bee, when it shows, when you cling to a wall and it shows you can slide down. Well, hey, maybe I can push the jump button here. That works in that situation. And this, it doesn't, because the mechanics of classic Mega Man are not layered enough for that. And I mean, there's a shop where you can unlock all sorts of abilities, and there's a ton of abilities, and I think it's cool that it gives the game some depth, but it doesn't work in service of how the core gameplay works. So I ended up just dropping the game and being like, nah, I don't feel like frustrating myself with this.
But I still want to check it out. Like I said, I haven't heard about this before for some reason, so I'm always on the hunt for new Mega Man fan games. Have you played the remake of Mega Man X8 yet?
A little bit, yes.
Yes, I really enjoyed that one, and I thought that was great. I thought they really did a great job with that. I think it was only one person, which is insane. Just fucking madness.
I think I played it back when it was still just the base 8 stages, and the final stage was all 8 bosses at once. I haven't played it since they actually completed it, so
you should. It's really good. The final stages are really nice too, and yeah, it's one of the best fan games period I've played in recent years. I think it's just great.
I had heard a lot about that. Is there a mod for that yet for the music to make it sound like the SNES games, I wonder?
I don't know. I haven't checked it out in a while. I know that was requested, but I don't know if anyone has even created a custom soundtrack for it yet. So I'd have to look it up. And when I played it, it was still the PlayStation 2 music. So
okay,
the original soundtrack.
I was just curious if someone had gotten on it.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Because I know there are chiptune artists out there who have done arrangements of songs, and just if you could get permission from them to be like, hey, can we just make a mod out of these? I'm sure a lot of them would be like, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, of course, probably. I mean, you just would have to get a comprehensive list of all the songs and everything. But yeah, I'll eventually play it again because I really had just a fantastic time with it. So I wanna definitely do it again. The other one I started playing, I didn't finish because I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth just interrupted that. With its fucking 200 hours of content or shit like that. But that was Mega Man Rock and Roll, which was also really fun while I played it. But I didn't, I only finished 3 stages or something like that. So I need to get back to that eventually. But I had a good time while I played. It was hard, but it didn't feel unfair. So
yeah, I remember hearing that was also a really good one.
Yeah, I looked up what are the best games and was to say, I'm going to work it down from the top and see which one I can actually tolerate, and that was definitely a good one. The X8 one was fantastic, and yeah, so.
I mean, I think it's cool that all these fan games are out there, like all these Mega Man games, all these Sonic fan games. The fact that Sega and Capcom are both like, hey, do what you want, just don't make any money off of it.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? That's like, I mean, when you get into this kind of shit, that's what you have to expect. It's like, okay, I'm doing this for the love of the game, literally, and I don't expect to make any money from that, unless in the very rare case of Street Fighter cross Mega Man happens, where your game actually gets endorsed by Capcom and gets. I mean, I don't think they made any money from it. I think it was a free download on the Capcom homepage, but or whatever. But still, it's like that. The official endorsement also really never happens,
right?
So that was a super rare and cool case. I wish they would do that more. Like, I wish the companies would be like, okay, we didn't do that, but by like endorsing it, by putting it on our page, we like now. Maybe there's no contract or stuff like that, but people now have a legitimacy and it's okay. And it doesn't, we have decided it's quality-wise, it's up to our standards, so it doesn't hurt our brand. So I don't really see what the problem is with that. If there's some legal thing that I don't know about that makes this really difficult, but it always seems like it's pig-headedness on the side of the companies.
Maybe when Regenesis comes out, if it's a big hit, or if Corrupted releases sometime in our lifetimes.
I mean, that should they're still chipping away at it. Development hasn't stopped. The streams still happen. So eventually, it's just a side project while they do have an actual day job. So it's a massive game. Like it's not even based on like something pre-existing, and it's a big hub-based ZX style game and stuff like that. And I can understand why it takes them so long. But everything I see from it, it feels like, hey, if this finally comes out, it will be worth it because it looks great. So I hope eventually it will see the light of day. We'll see. But until then, there are still other fan game projects that look really promising that are going around. So
yeah, there's something I always look forward to. I forget when exactly it is, called the Sonic Amateur Game Expo, SAGE, where there's not only Sonic fan games, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff in there too. So every year they have they put up a website where you could just download all sorts of stuff, like fan games, indie games, mods, game frameworks to build your own game. And it's just a whole bunch of stuff that's always worth checking out. And sometimes there's some Mega Man stuff sprinkled in there too, because I feel like now at this point, Sonic and Mega Man kind of go a little hand in hand. So
I guess, yes. I mean, they're both blue.
There's I feel like there's
old
enough
school mascots that are like way past their prime, but are still around in one way or another.
I hate that you say it like that, but you're right.
I mean, yes, just like us, John. So,
but there's enough crossover between the fan bases, and I mean, they themselves have done official crossovers.
Yes, in the comics. So that actually happened, so that was nice.
Like I'm at
Worlds collide.
Like I'm at the top of the games listing for Sage 2025, and in random fan games, there's just already a mixture of Sonic and Mega Man and Street Fighter games. So they're all together. They're having fun.
Sadly, that Street Fighter is kind of I mean, Sonic still gets regular game releases, and I mean that's another example where there was someone from the fan scene doing a lot of work and then kind of actually being integrated into the actual, creating the actual game for Sega in the form of Sonic Mania, right? So, and that turned out to be a big success. So I'm wondering why we haven't gotten Sonic Mania 2 yet, actually. It's kind of weird.
Christian Whitehead, or was it Christian Whitehead or was it Simon Tomley? One of the two shared some screenshots of a canceled game some months back. And it was like, oh, they were working on a sequel to it and Sega shuttered it.
Weird. Maybe it didn't give them the kind of money that they expected from it. I don't know.
Man.
Yes. It's still, it's like, oh God, we have, what are we gonna do? Like, we have so many brands, but only some of them make us money. Yeah, maybe if you already have people who are passionate for them, let them make the games for you, and then maybe strengthen that brand with those kind of games again, and maybe they will become popular again to the outpouring into the fan support and everything. I mean, it's not like you're losing much by doing this, and it seemed, like I said, Sonic Mania apparently was a success, at least on paper. I don't know what their expectations were, but the feedback to that game was fucking phenomenal. Like, everyone loved that game. So...
Do you want to feel some pain right now?
Sure, go for it.
Sonic Mania is going to be 10 years old next year.
Yeah, that...
And it's still the game of the year every year. Let's go.
Sure. But yeah, maybe eventually we get another one. But I still have to play a couple of Sonic games from the past years I haven't played yet. Like, for example.
Maybe that'll happen. I mean, I think Christian Whitehead Studios Evening Star, and they went on to make Penny's Big Breakout, and apparently that was a pretty good game.
Yes, I have that here on disc. I haven't played it yet, but I heard very good things about it.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it. It was like very momentum and speed based. Yeah. But a game
that you would expect from a speedrun kind of person.
Yes. So I eventually went. I think I played through like the first world of it, and I just need to get back to it. It's fun. So
yeah, eventually I get to it, and to all the many other games that I still haven't even opened. I'll probably get to it with the next console generations due to reasons.
Have I told you and the others that you're gonna think I'm really weird? I bought copies of Sonic Mania Plus for all 3 consoles.
Yes, I'm aware.
They're all still in the shrink wrap because shut up.
I mean, you don't need to open all of them. I bought it for PS4 and that's it, but...
Like, I bought it... No, you don't understand. I bought it for all of them, and I bought them all digital.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm actually insane.
I mean, you're supporting one of your favorite game characters, so that's fine. It's your money.
I have fully completed the game on 3 of the 4 platforms. I actually started up my Xbox the other night, and I was like, hey, I never finished it on here. And the only thing I have left to do is to finish all the Blue Sphere stages. So then I'll have all the achievements in that version, too, because I'm crazy.
I mean, I kind of did the same thing for Shovel Knight. But I didn't get the digital version for those. But I got the physical versions for both PS4 and for Switch. Because that's like one of those games where I'm like, yeah, sure, I don't mind having that on the go while also having that on the best looking console, whatever.
Yeah, so. I had that on the Wii U from the Kickstarter, and then I think I bought it on Steam. I don't think I own any other. No, I bought it on Xbox as well for the Goofy Battletoads crossover stage.
Makes sense.
But yeah, we went way off topic.
That never happens.
Mega Man fan games are cool. Some of them are a little weird, but they continue to exist, and I'm glad they continue to exist. The other one is Super Mario Brothers Wonder Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup in Bella Bell Park. I can't believe I did that in one breath.
Congratulations.
I'm glad the Switch 2 is a thing because the Switch 1 desperately needed an upgrade, but these Switch 2 Edition names are getting too long.
Yes, they're light novel names in video game form.
Yes. So the crux of the Switch 2 edition is that Bella Bell Park is this new like big multiplayer mode that you could play, and there's a whole bunch of different stages you can do, and I haven't honestly dived into the multiplayer stuff because I don't know anyone else who actually owns the Switch 2 edition with all the extras.
Me. I have it.
Do you? Yes. Oh, you do? Okay, yes. Maybe we'll have to mess around with a couple stages at some point.
Sure.
But there's these new stages in the main game where you get to fight the Koopa Kids, all 7 of them, and you have to get back these Bella Bell flowers that dress up Bella Bell Park and blah, 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 blah. And then there's this long series of these bunch of challenge stages that you go through. They're presented under the guise of like Toad's training camp or whatever it's called. And they get increasingly and frustratingly harder and harder. I think I shared a video with you and the others of one where you are constantly jumping, like you can't control whether or not you're jumping. And you have to hop off of these buzzy beetles that are floating in lava to get to the end of the stage. And it is like this absurd speed run where you have maybe like 2 seconds of leeway and you have to basically do it perfect. Oh, right. And there's lava on the floor as well as the ceiling. I forgot that part.
Great.
And it is tough as balls, and it is probably after the game's actual final stage, after you've done everything else, the hardest thing the game has to offer. So you go through all of that, and then the other big part of it is while you're doing those stages, you get these like I forget what the game calls them, like these water droplets that you use to buy flowers to decorate the park. You can use them to buy them at completely random, which is great. You don't have a choice in what you purchase. But alongside buying the flowers, you also get these double badges where it combines the power of 2 of the badges that you get from the main game. And that's kind of neat. So you get like, I'm trying to think of what a good example is. You can get the power of the badge that lets you double jump, but also like lets you float in the air for a longer period. So like, I don't remember exactly what they are, but it'll take 2 of the ones that you get in the main game and be like, hey, now you basically have 2 powers at the same time. And that's neat. And it helps out in some of the challenge stages until they take them away. In the later ones, they say you have to do it with limited resources, which I get it. It's a challenge stage. That's fine. That's whatever. But it still is annoying that they take the neat toys away. They also allow you to get these greeting flowers, which, you know, the multiplayer aspect in the game where you can do like different emotes and levels. It's like that, but it's expanded, and it's kind of funny because it's really lazy and it just looks like actual emoji you'd see on a phone keyboard. And it's like, oh, okay. All right, sure. But then the actual crux of it is the actual flowers that you have to get to decorate Bellabelle Park. And this is like, I have like 99% completed the DLC except for this because it's RNG, which flowers you get. And you have to grind it out, and it takes a long time. So maybe at some point I'll go back and finish it. It takes time more than anything else. So,
Yeah, I still have to play the base game. Which I haven't really... I started it, but it fell by the wayside, and it looked really great. But this is also one of the games that I like to play with multiple people, preferably with 3 other friends, because it's a 4-player game, because we did that for New Super Mario Bros. For the Wii, and it was a blast. That's still one of the... I still have that on my YouTube channel, the playthrough of me and 3 other friends. And it was a grand old time. So I would like to do that with this, but it's hard to get as many people at the same time to play this kind of game consistently. And we played through that game in one evening through New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
Wow, then that's not a short game to do in one evening.
Yeah, we started pretty early and then like finished late at night, but we managed to get through the whole game. Not thanks to me, because I'm legendarily bad at Mario, although I was the only one, and my video that I recorded is proof of that. I was the only one living in the final stage of that game and finishing Bowser completely by myself.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that got a friend of me so mad. He couldn't get over that shit. He was complaining through the entire credits. It looks like he did it alone. It looks like he did it alone. It was amazing.
I did it all by myself.
Yes, I did it all by myself.
Oh my god.
No, it was great. It was a grand old time. I love that game, and we never did it for the mod that was apparently really good, and never did it for the Wii U game that was also apparently really good, and that they re-released on Switch. But I kind of want to do it for Wonder. I'll see if I'll ever figure it out.
Wonder is a super good game. Like I got super tilted on the final stage in the base game. Like super tilted, but it's a great game. Like, I think a lot of people are hoping that if Mario Maker 3 ever happens, and a lot of people have been kind of sniffing that hopium for a minute, that there'll be a Mario Wonder mode in there, so you can just like go kind of crazy with it. But we'll see what happens with that. Like, I think what they added on with Bella Bell Park is pretty neat. So I just need to go back and finish grinding out the last few flowers I need so I can... It's like some of the other Mario games where you get like a badge on your save file for completing certain milestones. The final one for the Switch 2 version is basically fully completing the DLC, which is like... You have to beat all the Koopa kids. You have to get all the double badges, all of the greetings, finish all of the challenge stages, get all of the flowers for the park. So the last thing they ask you to do is everything. So I eventually will get around to finishing it, but...
Well, let me know if you want to try the co-op thing, although, again, I will probably drag you down.
There's different stages there. I think there's co-op as well as versus stages, so there's a little bit of variety in there.
Okay, all right. Let's hope cross continental internet will be kind to us. It isn't always, and especially not with Nintendo products. So we'll see.
I mean, their online has gotten marginally better since the Wii days, so at least there's that.
Yeah, I haven't tried out co-op on their platform in regards to lag and everything in a long time, so I don't know how the Switch stacks up in that regard. But I'm willing to find out. Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's switch up. What you got?
Well, the first game is actually the newest one I played on my list, and that is Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, the new versus fighting game from Arc Systems, the creators of Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue and Dragon Ball FighterZ. And they have done fucking a Marvel versus game, more so in the style of, I guess, Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, whatever it was called.
Yeah, I heard some people kind of making comparisons to that.
Yeah, and Dragon Ball FighterZ here and there, but it's, people expected a new Marvel vs. Capcom style game, and I guess it's not really that in terms of mechanics and everything. I mean, there's the obvious tech system that's in there, but it's 4 players. It's not 3, I guess, and it's only Marvel characters, and it's, of course, like I said, developed by ArcSys, and, I mean, pros will know what differences there are, but it feels like it's maybe geared a bit more towards, for casual audience to being able to pick this up, because it also has auto combos, like Dragon Ball FighterZ has, so you can easily do cool shit on screen if you want to. You don't have to learn all the string attack paths and everything. Although it definitely benefits you to do that, because so I played the game, played a couple of casual matches, messed a bit around already when the open beta came out, messed a bit around with the story mode and everything. And, created my team, the Neighborhood Geniuses, which is a nice bit that I really like about the game, where depending on which members you put in your team, the name of your team changes. So that's really neat. I really like that. So I have Spider-Man, Wolverine, Black Panther, and Ghost Rider on my team. And for some reason, those are the Neighborhood Geniuses. Maybe Black Panther and Spider-Man. I don't know about the other two in regards to the genius part, but okay. It's fine. It always depends on, I guess, what kind of characters have the majority on your team and whatever. So, and who is your party leader, which would be Spider-Man. So it's the Neighborhood is the first, depending on what other leader you choose. It is sometimes, I don't know, vengeful something or samurai or whatever or wild or dependent. But it's fun. It's a fun little bit in there that speaks of dedication to detail and love for the IP and everything, and that shines through the entire game. There's so many love letters in there, in only if you're looking at the costumes, but also all the stupid shit Deadpool does. He does also a lot of dumb fighting game references, and it's
I've
really
seen
cool.
videos of that.
Yes, so there's a lot of passion poured into this one, and it shows. And in regards of gameplay, it's just, your typical combo-heavy fighter. Like I said, you create a team of 4 characters. You can always play with the same characters if you want, because all of them share the same health bar. You don't necessarily have to use the other characters. You can only use them as assists to prolong your combo if you want to. You don't have to actually tag them in if you don't want to do that. But I think the variety is fun, so I want to tag them in. And it's nice to have differently capable character. Have one that has more long-range attacks, and one that is a bit faster, one that is a bit stronger or resilient, and then depending on what other character you fight, you choose that character. So I like that kind of play, and that game gives me the ability to do that. So that's fun. That being said, I'm horrible at this game. Like, I played the open beta. I started on Friday. I was like, hey, this works pretty good. I'm doing pretty well. And then I took a break on Saturday and played again on Sunday and got my ass handed to me over and over and over and over again. And that kind of continued in the actual game that has now released. And it's like, okay, I guess I need to lab a bit. Because I still don't really know how to extend my combos properly. I know some basics, but usually I'm just throwing out some assist and hope it connects, and then maybe I'll be able to continue to do something. But there are other people that are doing like already 24 or 25 hit combos easily. Just, they probably
There's some sharks out there.
Yes. So I don't see myself getting out of silver rank anytime soon, if at all. So we'll see. But it's fun. It's a really fun tech fighting game. If you like Marvel in general, you should check it out because, like I said, it's really a love letter. And it's, of course, anime fight. Like, it's really like an anime Marvel fighting game for all intents and purposes. And it looks really, really awesome. Just the visuals in that game are fantastic. I think the only thing that was already present in Dragon Ball FighterZ, that isn't really looking good are the mouth movements on the characters. They look really stiff and weird and don't properly sync up. So, yeah, it's aside from that, it's a really good looking game. It just nails the comic book look, and there's a lot of fun stuff with panels when you're like getting thrown into the next screen and everything. And the character variety is cool, even though the roster is not that big, but it's big enough, and because you can always mix and match, and the characters are so different, most of them anyway. Although it's fun that you have 2 guys with swords and a gun in there, with Blade and Deadpool. But they play very differently. They look very differently. And I
remember seeing footage of Blade and be like, oh, hello again, Nago Ryuki.
Mm-hmm, yeah, of course. There's a lot of references to some really obscure ones, too. Like Deadpool has a seppuku attack, which kind of looks like Sawada from Street Fighter 2, the movie, the game.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's really like some
what
references
a
are really
Jesus Christ.
Yes, it's crazy. So if you like this kind of game, if you like fighting games, if you like Marvel games, if you liked Marvel vs. Capcom, if you liked Dragon Ball FighterZ, I definitely give this one a look because it's a hoot. I just hope I'm gonna get a bit better and this doesn't land like a lot of fighting games for me after a couple of weeks. I'm like, this is frustrating because I don't see myself improving if I don't put a lot of hours into actually going through the combo routes over and over again until it's like hammered into muscle memory. And I just never got much enjoyment out of that. Like, that was never like my way of playing fighting games. I was an arcade fighting game player, not playing at an arcade, but playing the arcade mode. So the story mode with all the different characters. I liked seeing the endings and everything. I had a fun time with that. And beating the final bosses and whatever. And I like playing my friends. I played a lot of Street Fighter 6 in ranked mode, and I'm still not master. That tells you a lot. So yeah, I tend to button mash when I play online, and I get frustrated and everything and forget all the lessons I already learned and whatever. And I assume this will happen in this game. It is all, and of course this is much more chaotic than Street Fighter 6 because there's 4 characters on screen. Only on your team, and then you have the other 4. So there might be 8 characters on screen at the same time if things come to blow, which is crazy. And good luck making
that's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah. So, but that wild chaos aspect is also the fun part and brings in the X factor, where it's like not the literal X factor from Marvel's Capcom 3, but the part where it's like, okay, this is gonna get so hectic that maybe your opponent also will drop a combo because they just don't know what the fuck is going on. There's actually a game mechanic that kind of works like that, where if you use an assist at a specific timing, you obscure what your main character is doing, and that way you can outmaneuver your opponent. And that is actually like a mechanic that people are using in the game. So it's fun.
Crazy.
Yes. So the thing I think I'm looking forward to the most is beating the arcade and story modes in this, and the lobby is fun and everything. And you can get Cosmo, the dog from the Marvel comics, as your pet in the lobby, which of course I absolutely approve of. But I think aside from that, I'm looking forward to watching this game at EVO or other fighting game tournaments in the coming years, because I imagine the finals of this with the pros playing this kind of game are just going to be absolutely insane and a blast to watch. So I'm looking forward to that, especially, but also playing it. It's just a fun time. I'm just really bad at it right now. I hope I'll get at least a bit better. We'll see. John, are you planning to pick it up?
If Sony and Arxis decide to make it work on Linux, it does not boot at all on anything that's not a Windows machine. And apparently there have been reports of it not running great on Windows because of the PlayStation SDK that runs in the background, and you have to log in through a PlayStation account to play it.
Yeah, I read about that.
So that kind of took a lot of the wind out of my sails, because I'm not planning on renewing my PlayStation Plus subscription, so I'm probably not going to buy it on a PS5. But maybe if it eventually works on PC, I'll pick it up. But a lot of my enthusiasm for this game kind of went straight out the window when it was like, oh, I just can't play it. Great, cool.
I mean, that might be a situation that will come up more often in future generations. I'm teasing this. We'll get to this in Newsbits. But
yes,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Arxis also had weird issues with this with Dragon Ball Fighters, because I think it's playable on Linux, but something about the easy anti-cheat doesn't kick in, so you can't play with other people who don't have it working properly. So it's like, what are we doing here? There's a native Linux solution for this. Why are we so against this in a year, in an environment where people hate Microsoft and want to get as far away from them as possible, and they hate Sony. But like you said, we'll get to that. Yeah. So, I think this game looks cool, and I'd love to be able to play it, but hopefully that'll come down the line.
Yeah.
So,
yes, it would be nice if more people got to experience it, because it has a lot of potential. John, what is the next game on your list?
Next game on my list is Bloodborne. I've been sitting on this game for about 11 years.
Yes.
But earlier, I had gotten to a point where this game where every couple of years I was like, okay, I'm going to try and sit down and actually play this. And then I get frustrated and die a lot, which obviously that is what a Souls game is meant to be. And I would put it down for another couple of months, weeks, years. I had a real breakthrough ages ago when I finally beat Father Gascoigne, and then I just kind of stopped playing after that. And then in April of this year, I was like, okay, I want to actually get this done. And I started playing it, and I was making some pretty good progress. The cathedral area where there's a gunner on the roof and you have to take care of him, otherwise it's like damn near impossible to progress. I was like, all right, I guess I'll try and do this. So I went into my inventory, I took out the bell, and I rang it to call for a co-op partner. You don't have an active PlayStation Plus subscription. All right, Sony. Okay. So I bought a month of PS Plus, and a very nice person hopped in, and I was surprised there was someone low enough level within my level range to help me out. Came in, helped me kill the dude on the roof, and then basically took me through the run of the rest of that area to the blood-starved beast. And it was like, oh, this was great. Thank you for the help, friend. And I got through that area, and I started to make some pretty good progress after that. I might have used that one chalice dungeon to pump up my levels a little bit at one point.
That's not a bad idea.
But that definitely worked in my favor for a good chunk of the game, and I got through a large portion of the game, mostly by myself. I think I was able to call in a couple of co-op partners here and there, but then I got to a point where a mutual friend of ours, I was like, can you please help me out with some of this? Some of it is beyond my skill level. And he was like, yeah, okay. And I was hoping I would be able to come to this discussion today saying I finished the game, but time haven't lined up quite right, and hopefully either this weekend or next week he and I will finish the old hunters, which I literally have two things left to do, which is there's a well in the fishing hamlet that you have to go down with these giant shark jackasses, and they are awful to fight, and you have to kill both of them in order to get one of the DLC weapons. And then the final DLC weapon is gotten from the last boss, the Orphan of Kos, and that fight is I tried doing it on my own a few times, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. But one of the things I did just last night actually was there's a chalice dungeon you can go through where you can fight the Yarnum, the Thumerian queen, and that fight is hell. So I managed to get a couple of co-op partners and knocked that out actually in a couple of attempts. I had a harder time with the bloodletting beast, the boss before her. Like, that one gave me a much more difficult time than Yarnum did. So I did that, and that was a trophy I thought was going to be awful, because if you do it legitimately and not find a chalice glyph that takes you straight to that dungeon, you have to farm for a lot of different materials. You have to go through a lot of different chalice dungeons in sequence before you can get there. But I think the requirement for that chalice glyph is you have to just go through one or two chalice dungeons in particular and have beaten certain bosses, and then it'll just be like, okay, you've done enough to just go here. And I was like, all right, that makes my life easier. And I did a whole bunch of co-op stuff for Valter's what are they called, Covenant, for his Covenant, so I could get one of the hunter tools that doesn't count toward the trophy for getting all of the hunter tools. Sure, but okay, from Soft. The trophy says get all the hunter tools. Why does this one not count? Oh, well, I guess I'll go and get it anyway. I've done almost everything else. I think the one thing I didn't do in the base game because I missed the NPC was Eileen the Crow. She's off in a side area in Yarnum, in central Yarnum, and I apparently entirely missed that side area. So that was the one thing I didn't do in the base game. So oops. Yeah. I'm looking at the list of requirements here. Killing Dark Beast Parl may cause her to disappear. Welp, I did that on my own, so oops. So that was the one thing I didn't do in the base game, but I guess getting all the covenants isn't required for game completion. I'm on the track for getting the platinum, so then I can just put this game on the shelf and say, okay, it's done.
I did that much earlier than you. I only played the base game. I didn't play any of the DLC. Never really touched the Chalice dungeons, and I only got, the true ending and everything, and that was it.
Our friend insisted it was mandatory.
He's weird with this kind of stuff.
Yes, that I go through the DLC far enough to fight Ludwig. So I did that, and then I was like, well, I've done this much. I might as well just finish it.
That was his intention all along. That was his master plan.
I think it actually
was. You into it.
Like, one of the things I needed his help with was fighting Lawrence, who's basically Cleric Beast Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. And it is apparently universally agreed that it is one of the worst boss fights in the DLC because it's just so frustratingly difficult. And I was able to finally knock that out with the help of a co-op partner in one of the NPC summons the other night. So that's all done. So, I mean, after that, then in the base game, literally all I have left to do is to go and finish the game. Like, I could just go right through the Hunter's Dream to the boss fight.
That will make feel like a piece of cake compared to the other stuff you did.
Yes, so. I think I might be grossly over leveled. I'm like, level 140.
Yes,
but
sounds like it.
But also, I understand that in a Souls game, my level 140 might look different than your level 140 because of stat distributions.
Sure.
But
which weapon did you use? Or decide on?
I've been leaning mostly on the saw cleaver, but I have tried, I have all of the other weapons at this point, and I've tried other ones out, and I've been messing around with them. The other weapon I have on hand is the Blood Lance rifle, the rifle spear. That's it. And it's pretty good for having a slightly longer range attack, and you can, use it as a gun in a pinch. I mean, I know the saw cleaver is basically the default starting weapon, but it's done me so well throughout the bulk of the game. But there is just such a crazy variety of weapons in this game. I did a little bit of messing around with the Whirligig saw. The Tonitrus helped me out quite a bit because the arcane damage on that is actually insane, but the durability on it is so low that it doesn't make it sustainably usable over long periods. So, but it is a really good weapon. I know you said you use the threaded cane, and I think that's like a higher skill weapon.
I mean, yeah, and I use the skill-based build for that, of course, because that's what it relies on. But I really like the option for having like a straightforward, very fast melee weapon, while also being able to have a very wide-ranged distance attack weapon when you turn the cane into a whip. I really like that you can hit one enemy very fast when you have it like as a stick, but multiple enemies with pretty high damage pretty quickly when you have it as the whip. So it felt cool. Also, it felt kind of appropriate to this game because it gave it a bit of a Castlevania vibe when I was using the whip version. So I was like, okay. And this was the first Souls game I actually played through. Like, I messed a bit around with Dark Souls before, but never really. I don't know, was not really my jam. Maybe it wasn't the right time for me. I just got too frustrated. I didn't understand what the game wanted from me. The paths you had to walk when you weren't able to beat a boss, or when you died in a stupid place, and get back to that took way too long for my taste and everything. So all of that kind of I didn't have in Bloodborne. But I also didn't know what I was doing. Like, there was so much stuff I just didn't know about, like the curse and stuff and everything. Suddenly I was just dying and I didn't know why and had to look it up. And I mean, the game is not really good at telling you these things. That's from FromSoft games for you. It just tells you nothing. It just throws you into the world. It's like, here, figure it out. We talked about conveyance earlier. I think Souls games are legendarily bad at teaching you about how they are supposed to be played. Like, I think they're fucking horrible at that. And they're also bad at conveying the story to you and how the quests work and everything. Like, Elden Ring is a fucking disaster in that regard. I love that game. I love to play it. I thought the atmosphere of that game is fucking impeccable. The world, everything. I really liked living in that world, playing in that world. I think the game does shit work teaching you its mechanics. Both in terms of actual gameplay and in terms of quests and what people you have to go to and everything, and actually telling you stuff about the world that makes sense. You have to read all of that shit on wikis, which is the worst kind of doing it, and the people will be like, no, if you pay attention, then this and how these characters release to these characters actually makes sense. Shut the fuck up. Like, nobody has time for that. Like, and if you go to one place too early or at the wrong time, then you like lose an entire quest line, and I think that kind of stuff is inexcusable. I think that's just like, oh, but then you can have a completely different experience from other people. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I want to play the game the best way possible. I want to complete all of the quests, and I don't want the game to actually fight me on that. So that's my gripe with that, but I still love the shit out of Elden Ring. I really liked Bloodborne a lot. I had a really good time with it. I think the atmosphere is fantastic. I think the monster designs are amazing. The world design is so fucking cool. All the Lovecraftian shit is amazing. And then it kind of has been sneaking its way into all of the FromSoft Souls games now. But it's a really cool looking game. I wish it ran better than, it did on PS4, but hey.
I mean, at least on PS5, the frame rate is consistent.
Yeah. But hey, I finally got into it. I really enjoyed the Demon's Souls remake. That seems to be a contentious game for many people because for a lot of people that played the old game, they think they changed too much, like Bluepoint did when they did the remake. I didn't play the old Demon's Souls, so I really liked the new one. And I finally have understood at this point how the Souls games work. And we get to another one kind of in a couple of minutes, but it's a fun time. There's just some things in these games, in the game design, where I'm like, how do they keep getting away with this dumb shit? Just by the stupid Get Good moniker that has established itself among the very stupid fan base, at least partially stupid. Not all of you are stupid, but some of you are really dumb bastards. So yeah, it's
wow.
Those can be super fun games. They can also be super frustrating and really badly designed, in my opinion. But hey, that's just my opinion.
I guess I can appreciate from a standpoint that they want to make it like a game that there's no hand holding. It says, all right, go.
Yeah.
Like I can appreciate that. Like, sure. Yeah, there are some things that could be signposted a little better, but I just think that, they say just, hey, figure it out. If you don't figure it out, you can play it again, which, you can play it again. You can start over. You can play however you feel. And
John, that's exactly what you complain about in Mega Man W. That you only understood how it worked once you died. That's not how it's supposed to work. And I understand in a 3D game, in an open world game, this is much more difficult to do than in a 2D game. But still, it feels like maybe they even think this is expected of them for at this point, that people want this kind of obtuseness in certain regards to the gameplay mechanics and how the world works and everything. And a lot of that shit is now established anyway, where it's like, okay, you do attack this way, you do attack that way, you have magic, you have melee attack, you have a shield, and so on. If you've played a Souls game from FromSoft before, you can expect that you will recognize a lot of the mechanics and how the world works and how the quest lines work and everything. But if you don't, you run into a lot of shit where like, okay, fuck, what I do? And you don't really get do-overs for all of them. And you can't save scum this shit like you can do in Baldur's Gate 3, for example, that also has a lot of openness that doesn't necessarily teach you about all of the game mechanics, but you at least can create save states there so you don't lose that much if you make a bad decision or run into an area where you are not supposed to be. That doesn't really, like, you can't really do that in the Souls game as far not as I'm aware. Like one of the stupid things I did, and that just happened by accident. I don't even know how it happened, but I for some reason aggroed one of the NPCs Bloodborne. What is she called? One of the hunters, one of the main NPC ladies that you meet pretty early in the game and talk to, and that kind of accompanies you through the game technically by appearing over and over again. I forgot her name. She's somewhere in Yharnam.
Is that Eileen?
Maybe Eileen, yeah. I heard her, I hit her, I didn't intend to do it. And she became, I aggroed her, and from that moment on, I couldn't reverse that. And I was like, okay, that's great. Thank you, game. I didn't even know that could happen. I tried to destroy a chest next to her or something like that and hit her by accident and stuff like that. And then I would have had to start the game over from the very beginning to reverse that dumb shit. And I was like, okay, I hate this kind of stuff. I really do. At least in games where I cannot create save states to remedy this kind of shit. And I understand it's like, okay, then you can play the game again the next time, and then you don't do this. And I'm like, yeah, but who has the fucking time these days, though? Like, the chances of me doing that again are very low. So,
I mean, I guess the idea is that, it is continuously moving, and that your action has a consequence.
Yes, of course. I understand the attraction. I just would like to have an option to remedy that. Like, there are a lot of people who play Baldur's Gate like that. They're like, okay, whatever happens, right? If I make a bad decision, that is this run. I'm gonna do this. Then this part of the story is fucked or whatever, and that's totally fine. I love that for the people who love to play this, who love their having multiple runs and having it be different every time depending on the situation. But if I want to have one run, because the chances of me playing this game are pretty low considering the overflow of games and my preference for other genres and stuff like that, then let me have this give me a way to have this perfect run the one time I play it. Like, give me the option for that, and don't try to bar that from me by either weird game design, some weird choices in terms of quest design, and some just bad conveyance in terms of how the game works. And that's all I'm asking for. Like, I still played it, I still loved it, and I loved Elden Ring. It's just like one of those things where I'm wondering, why does it have to be only this way? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I plan on making a backup of my save so then I can get all 3 endings without having to start the game completely over. Because
that makes sense. You could also watch them on YouTube, I guess.
Yeah, but at that point, since I'll be probably horrendously over leveled, I could just back up the save onto USB flash drive and then just keep putting it back onto the PlayStation hard drive and starting back where I was.
Yeah, sounds sensible. I just found out that in recent time that a lot of the secret endings and stuff like that you can get are not necessarily worth it. I'll talk about that with one of my next games. So, but it's like,
yeah, but since I'm so like close to the end,
yeah, sure. Yeah, if you get still enjoyment out of that, like if you don't feel like it's an obligation that you have to do just to complete the game and to see everything, that's fine. Like, that's, you do you. I just, I feel like you get immediately like criticized for some people if you didn't get everything in a game and you didn't put time into one of the ridiculous things that are absolutely not worth it, even if you're having fun with the game. I think Hades is a very good example of that as well. You finish the game technically, like the story is over to a degree, and then you have to go through all the dungeons again. You really have to grind a lot to level everything up to maximum, and then you get like 2 JPEGs as the final ending, and the grind is is something I'm not enjoying in that game, and I'm like, okay, why would I'm not gonna do that just for these 2 fucking images. That's dumb. I'm just gonna watch those on YouTube. Like, why would I waste my time on that bullshit? So I'm always happy for people who get enjoyment out of this, who get enjoyment out of trophies, out of getting a platinum for a game and everything, really doing everything the game has to offer to them. And I love that game companies put that in here now, although I feel in certain cases it's more of a forced thing because they think they have to, because otherwise gamers will complain there's not enough to do in that game and they need to get more for their money, right? Which I don't know if that is this might be a misconception at this point, like, because there's so many games like battling for your attention, and like if you produced more small games, I don't know, might make some people more happy. Like maybe not, at least from a certain age group, like maybe our age group, right? Like, because when I played a really big game, like one of them I'm going to talk about in a couple of minutes, right after that, I cannot play another giant game, right? And so many
you need to cool down in between.
Yes, some smaller games, some 2D jump runs, whatever. But I can't just jump from one big RPG into the next, even though my friends have been urging me to play Expedition 33 Clair Obscur. Because they both love that game. I think it's fantastic. And it's like, yeah, I've heard that. I want to get into it. I can't, because I just finished a giant 100 hours at least, if not a lot more, RPG. I cannot play these giant games back to back anymore. It's just so fucking exhausting. And for people like me, it's like, even you want to add more on that to that with trophies and everything. I'm never gonna touch this. Like. And please feel free to give me more small games. You're in the 8-hour range, maybe. I love that. So I feel like people who have more time, like people who are still in school, people who are still in college or whatever, who maybe have, depending on how you approach college, have more time on that, and they will really appreciate having, also if you don't have a lot of money to buy a lot of games. They will really appreciate having a lot to do in these games. But I feel like there's so many of these now and so much to do. And yes, it's all optional. I get that. But if you are, built a certain way, you might feel obligated to play everything the game has to offer. And you might feel bad if you don't get all the endings, if you don't play all the levels, if you don't fight all the bosses. And you never get to actually complete a game anymore these days, in a lot of cases, because you can't. You just don't have the time. And that's one of the things that bothers me. But I also come from a generation where games were really short. So, at least a lot of them. So, maybe that's just a taste thing, an upbringing thing. I don't know. I would like to interview someone from the current generation, like if they really like to play these giant games back to back to back, if that is really something that they enjoy on a consistent basis. How do you feel about it? Like, do you play giant stuff like Bloodborne next to something like, I don't know, something like the new Final Fantasy game or something like that? Or do you throw in smaller games?
I guess if it really compelled me, I might, but there's also, there's also these service games eating up all our time too.
Yes,
so
those as well. Yes, the never-ending games, and we talked about Final Fantasy 14, right? So
yeah, but with that, at least it's the end of the patch cycle, so I have pulled back on that. So when Evercold comes out in January, I expect me to disappear for like 3 days to no life it. But I mean, I know some people who play like 5, 6, 7 mobile games, and that's all they play, and it's like I play like 2 or 3 at this point. Like I talked in the past about Stella Sora, and that's just a little bit of a grind every day. It's not much, unless there's like an event, then that takes a little bit of more time. But that's, a smaller grind where you're working towards a larger end goal. But, you don't have to invest as much time on it and on the daily. There's another one. I don't know if I've talked about this. There's another one that I've been playing for a little over a year called Idle Slayer. And it's one of those like incremental, idle being IDLE, idle. Incremental games where you're working towards building up your character. There's different resets that you can do to make yourself more powerful, and it plays itself in the background while the app is closed. So jump into that a couple times a day to claim items, to do things, check on how I'm moving towards goals. So that's also small. In the other service, I think I've said this. After Princess Connect died, thanks Crunchyroll, I kind of bounced off of a lot of different games trying to find one that, I would stick with just as to have something on the side. And those two have kind of stuck with me up to this point. HoloLive Dreams launched recently. That's just a fun little, you want to get in, you play a rhythm game for a couple minutes a day. So I treat these like, hey, they're a bite-sized thing I can play and just mess around with for a few minutes. I don't make it like, I'm going to sit down and play this for 10 hours. Because if I did that, I'd never play anything else.
Yeah.
I buy, my backlog is so absurd, but I purchase games with the intent to play them.
Same.
The order in which and the time at which I play them is... But I do buy these games with the intent of actually sitting down and playing them. So whether it's 2 big RPGs back to back, which now that Final Fantasy VII Revelation, that's what they're calling it, right, has been announced, I have a big long plan to actually replay the OG FF7 and Crisis Core, much to your chagrin in particular. So then I can actually sit down and play the remakes. And I also have to watch Advent Children because to this day I have still not watched that.
Really interesting.
Yeah, I watched Last Order.
I mean, it's not good, but it's a fun movie.
I watched Last Order once upon a time. That's like a retelling of part of FF7. Yes. So, but Advent Children I just have not watched, and I don't know the particulars, but I know there are parts in the remake that are like, hey, maybe you should watch Advent Children before playing the game because these things might make more sense. And I haven't dug too deep on that, but I look at it, I'm like, okay, I will actually make the effort to watch the movie.
So far as I know, and I didn't dive into all of the theories and everything, there are some subtle references not so subtle references actually in there, but it's not something like, hey, you need to have seen Advent Children to understand what's going on in the remakes. So you just get a bit more out of it, maybe. And also, I think Nojima said that the end of the remake trilogy will end up before Advent Children again, which was always a bummer for me because I hoped they would just completely, basically rewrite the ending, the history of the game, right? Like that this was set after Advent Children, or it would just rewrite the timeline or whatever, right? And after the original game or of the original game, and just the Advent Children wouldn't exist anymore, or only in that old timeline it would exist, and now the remake trilogy would be a new timeline or something like that. I would hope that would be the case. We'll see. I don't know. Still, the remake trilogy is really interesting because I still don't know where they're gonna end up. I know what they have said. I know what it's like, feels like where they're going, but at the end of every one of those games, I was like, okay, we'll see in the next one. And I'm still in that kind of particular place with how I feel about the games. I really like playing them. Those are fantastic games, but story-wise, they can still massively shit the bed, in my opinion. Completely. So we'll see how it ends up. I hope Revelation will be like the grandiose, fantastic exclamation point on this remake trilogy, but I'm not sure. Not sure. We'll see. I hope it will be, because gameplay-wise and everything else the games were doing was just fantastic. I just don't know about the story yet, because I really hope they're not just gonna be like, well, nothing you did in this trilogy kind of mattered at the end of the day. So it's like, oh God, we'll see.
It's Mass Effect all over again.
Yes. We'll see. I don't know. But yes, please do that, because hey, the original game is, in my opinion, still holding up fantastic. I know we have some friends who don't agree with that. I think, some mild gameplay things aside, and we can talk about that a bit later in another segment, but some mild, very, let's say, crusty gameplay mechanics aside, and, the looks and everything, I think that game is still massively fun. I think the story holds up and everything, and the look of the, not the look, like the world design and everything. So
Yeah, I mean, I was planning on playing through the OG with some mods, mostly some cosmetic stuff, but nothing to change the core functionality of the game. But there's this one mod that I was actually interested in called the Shinra Archaeology mod, where there's a whole bunch of stuff in the game that apparently just didn't make the cut for the final release. And people found it and they're like, yeah, this mod brings a lot of that to the surface so you can sort of experience the game a little bit differently. And when I was playing the game and testing it out to make sure all the mods worked with each other, I noticed one change right away. And that's when you hop off the train in Midgar, one of the guards says, I forget what they say, but like, hey, what's that? Or who goes there? Or what's going on when you're hopping off the train? It's like, oh, that's immediately something new, which is interesting. So,
yeah. Yeah, tell me about it when you play it, because I mean I've played through the game several times, but I would also be interested in playing it with mods and everything.
One of the fixes in there, and I know this one's controversial, it changes "this guy are sick" to be grammatically correct. I know, that's controversial. That's tough. That what a change to make.
But yeah, we again huge tangent, mostly my fault. Sorry about that, but I felt really passionate about always, kicking the Souls game and overlong games into the balls. Even though I like them, I really ragged on them when the only game I still played was Dark Souls. But I'm really fond of Bloodborne. I really, really, really like the Demon Souls remake and Elden Ring. So, hey, I'm fully on board with FromSoft Souls games. I haven't played Sekiro yet, but I'll get to it eventually. Maybe I'll also revisit Dark Souls and the Dark Souls series at some point. I don't know. But hey,
yeah, I mean,
I'm fully on board with the series. And just like, there are these moments in this game where I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, me playing through Bloodborne is in service of several different things. It's in service of I want to cancel my PlayStation Plus subscription. It's in service of I would like to play the other Souls games. It's in service of I want to finish my PlayStation backlog. And it has basically been, a big holdup for me because it's a longer game. It's a tougher game. I needed help getting through a good chunk of it. So I know I could have just gone and be like, I could have gone and played Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro and Elden Ring. It's another Souls game I'm forgetting. Probably. I could have gone and played them anytime, but I wanted to get this one done because I started it a decade ago and I want it to just be done and gone. And I was going to just play through the game and finish it. But then when when a mutual friend of ours was starting to show me things about it, I was like, yeah, I guess I should go and do this. And I finally got into my head like, well, maybe some of these things aren't as out of the way as I thought. Like, it's funny because like getting at the hunter tools is basically a collectathon. You just need to go to the right places and get the items. I thought getting all the weapons in the DLC would be tougher than it is. Like, there's one in particular that's going to be a thorn in my side. I mentioned earlier the one in the in the fishing hamlet, but everything else was pretty straightforward. So I just want to, at this point, I might as well complete it because of how long I've played the game. I don't remember how much time is on my save file at this point. I'm pretty sure it's approaching 70 or 80 hours. Some of that might be idle time, but
Which is almost as long as we talked about it now.
But yes, that is all the reasoning I've been trying to get through it. Let's move on. What do you got next?
I'm glad that you ultimately enjoyed it. So that's good. That's what games are supposed to do.
It took a minute for me to get to the enjoyable part because we're getting back on it again, but I'll try and keep it short. I liked Dark and Demons because they are a bit slower. You can play a bit more defensively. Like, they give you a shield that's worth something. In Bloodborne, they give you a slab of wood and say, okay, kid, here you go. You can use it, but
it's useless.
You really can't. Yeah. You really can't just put a gun and a torch in your left hand.
Yes, absolutely. It's definitely more of a fast, reactive game, and you need to be more aggressive to be successful, which I liked about it. I think that's why I I think that's that part of it where I actually was the thing that got me into the actual Souls games at this point, because it was more aggressive, because it wasn't as waity, shield up, wait for the enemy to attack. Then maybe there's this one moment in the attack animation where you can find your when you can get 1 or 2 hits in, and Bloodborne felt much more aggressive, much more geared towards an aggressive play style, which at that point was really the right thing for me to actually get in the rest of the gameplay the series had to offer. So I'm glad that they did Bloodborne when they did, and that game just really worked for me. And then that encouraged me to check out some of the later Souls games, like the Demon Souls remake and like Elden Ring, because like, hey, I kind of now get how these are supposed to be played and how they are worked. And I finished Bloodborne, so I might as well give the other ones a try, even if Dark Souls didn't work for me. And yeah, that worked out, because, like I said, I love Demon Souls and I loved Elden Ring. So I hope to love the next one that they release, whatever that will be. I don't think they have really announced anything new, right?
I mean, there's the Duskbloods coming up, which it's not a traditional Souls game, but
it also looks more like a multiplayer thing.
Yeah, I mean, I got in for the network test, so they're sending out codes for that the week after next. So maybe I'll hop in and give it a try just to see what it's like. But
let me know.
I mean, the way they're advertising it doesn't appeal to me as much as the other core Souls games. But I'm at least willing to look at it and give it a shot.
Yeah. Tell me how you feel about it once you checked it out.
Yeah. And I mean, FromSoft has other stuff in there. I still need to play Armored Core 6. I mean, I started it.
Have it on my shelf. Looking forward to it.
So, it was nice to see that series come back. But, okay. What do you got? What's next? Let's move on so we don't keep going for another hour and a half on the same thing.
Hour or 2, probably, considering how
well, I mean, on the same thing, though.
Yes. I mean, I have another big game that I still need to talk about, but the first one I'm going to talk about is a bit on the smaller side, but also kind of massive considering what it is harkening back to, and that was Mina the Hollower, the new game from Yacht Club Games, so the people who made Shovel Knight. And this is after doing basically different variations of Shovel Knight and spin-off with Shovel Knight Dig and everything. I think they did all of they could with that franchise except for Shovel Knight Kart or whatever. But now they have created their next new big franchise. And it is basically a Link to the Past mixed with the Souls game. Not Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, because it's more geared towards Game Boy Color style than Super Nintendo in terms of design and everything, and color for the characters and everything. And isometric action adventure, very open map technically, but you can only get to certain parts later in the game or when you have specific skills or stuff like that. So some of that open up later. But technically, you can visit most of the main dungeons except for one in the very beginning in the order you choose. But not all of them are the same difficulty, so there is kind of an order that you should go by if you don't want to get your ass wrecked ridiculously, which will happen in this game because the learning curve in this game is ridiculous. It's super hard in the beginning because your health bar is not very high, not very big, and your skills are kind of limited in the beginning and everything. You start the game. First of all, you're Mina. You're this mouse that can burrow underground, and you're invited to an old friend to an island where you, once upon a time, created a bunch of electric towers that are now delivering energy to the island, and mainly its big city and everything, and someone is breaking them, is damaging them, and you're getting there and are asked by the mayor of the town, Lionel, to repair them and everything. So that's your main mission for most of the game, and then you discover things that are going on in the background and everything, and something is not right, and you have to figure that out. So it's a pretty simple story. There are not many surprises. Like you you arrive in the city and you immediately know who the main bad guy is by just looking at him. He's like, okay, all right. Okay, so it's not that, but since it's harkening back to more simpler games and everything, that works. It's fine. In terms of mechanics, it's basically your typical hit and then 1-2 hit and then retreat game, where it's like you have 3 weapons then you can choose from in the beginning. I mean, you only get one of them in the beginning, but you can collect the other ones plus 2 more throughout the entire game. You have a whip, you have 2 swords, so that you can play it more like Zelda, and you get a hammer, which I do not recommend as the starting weapon because it's very slow, but it's more tactical because you cannot move as fast, but it hits really hard. So this is maybe more the Souls weapon thing, where you have to really determine when your best window of attack is, because you don't have that many you don't hit fast enough with that thing for to have a lot of margin of error there. So I went with the whip, and that was a wise choice. You can upgrade those weapons. You get, for example, upgrade for the whip that if you only hit the enemy with the tip of the whip, you do more damage and stuff like that. So that's interesting. That's cool. So you use your weapons and you hit your enemies. And the way this game works is when you hit enemies, you kind of refill the yellow health of your red health bar. So that kind of, if you've lost energy and you hit an enemy, you get that yellow health bar back. And if you then use your Estus flask that you have in the game, I think they're just called vials here, you can refill that energy. And so you need to play aggressively to a certain extent, otherwise you can't refill your health. You can also collect flowers, like if you cut down grass, like in a Zelda game, you can sometimes collect flowers, but those are not always around. So you have to get lucky. And, then if you hit the enemies, you can refill your health. So if you don't hit the enemies and get hit instead, you're fucked. And those enemies hit fucking hard. Like, especially in the beginning. Later, you get a lot more secondary weapons and accessories you can equip that give you special skills. Like you can, for example, you do more damage, or you can distract the enemies, or you can do air dashes and stuff like that, right? Which you can't do in the beginning. So you're very limited and you really need to pay attention and be careful. So it's actually very hard in the beginning and much easier at the end of the game. So you have to be prepared for that. And I feel like a lot of people might bounce off the opening hours of the game because it's pretty hard there. I've still liked it. I got frustrated in certain parts because, for example, you can only attack in 4 directions with most of your weapons. There's one exception. And of course, some of them have like a wider arc of attack and everything. But in terms of attack directions, you only have 4. The enemies can attack you from all 8 directions. And that can be really shitty, especially with flying enemies. Flying enemies are a fucking pest for most of this game, unless you have a specific weapon that also attacks air enemies when you attack from the ground, or you use special secondary weapons, sidearms, they're called here. But flying enemies are a bitch in this game, and yeah, the big defensive mechanic that you have in this game is burrowing. Mina the Hollower is able to bury underground. And while she's underground, she, for most of the attacks, can't hit her. There's some exceptions to that, but most of the attacks can. And you can't move. You can move underground. That's actually also a traversal mechanic. You have to use that a lot to get around on the map, and it also makes you move faster than when you just as if you were just walking. If you bury underground, you're much faster. There's also accessories that can extend your burrowing time, and so on. You can attack if you equip certain accessories when you get out of the ground. You can attack when you burrow into the ground and stuff like that. So you can create entire builds that are just structured around a certain type of game mechanics, which gives you the ability to play the game a bunch of different ways, which is really cool. Like, it is a very versatile game in terms of how you want to play it. And I really like that, even though, of course, I played mostly the same for most of the game. I switched to my main weapon later on because there's a late game weapon that is pretty damn cool, especially in regards to getting rid of flying enemies. So I stuck with that after a while because those were my major annoyance in this. But yeah, it's really cool. It looks fantastic. Just they Jagdtag Games has the retro style graphics down. Like, I already love the look of Shovel Knight. I love the look of this. The music is fantastic, of course, because Jake Kaufman, who also composed the music from the game, of all of the songs you hear, or most of the songs you hear in these podcasts on a regular basis, composed the soundtrack to this, like he did for Shovel Knight, and it's just a fantastic soundtrack. It really gets you in this mood, gothic, Castlevania-esque atmosphere that the game is trying to go for. And there are a lot of fun and quirky characters in this, just a giant world that you can explore, and that has a lot of secrets that some of them are really tricky to find and everything, which is also really cool. It has some nice convenience mechanics where it's like if you collect, you get a map that you can't look at all the time. You have like a save room on basically your bonfire. Of course, you have bonfire points where you can reset all the respawn all the enemies, but refill your entire health, just like in Dark Souls, just like in the Souls games. And in that room, you also can that room you can also upgrade. You can get a health refill thing. There you can get a map, and on the map you also see, okay, I've collected this and this and this in this area, but not all of it yet. And if you've collected everything, you get a star on that part of the map. So all of that is pretty nice. I collected everything that there was, like, at least in terms of item collection, I 100%ed the game. So, and it just plays really well. You have to get used to it. It's a bit finicky in the beginning, especially just jumping around enemies and trying to actually be able to attack them with your 4-directional weapon when they also are able to attack you diagonally and everything. But it's fun, and it's just a cool game. It's not too long. The story is basic, but also pretty neat. And I just loved it. I thought it was a fantastic game. I got frustrated in a few points here and there, but it never went so bad that I was like completely cursing out the game and was like, I will never play you again after I'm done with you. So it was really fun. And, if you're bad, you can still grind upgrades pretty early on and easily. Like there's money or the currency, bone stones, are not a rare thing in this. Like you can easily collect these by killing some early enemies. You can quickly level up and also buy upgrades pretty fast and everything. So if you don't feel like you're getting where you're supposed to get, you can just go and kill a bunch of enemies for a couple of hours, and you will be probably severely overleveled if you want to do that. But it's fine. And yeah. I like I said, I loved it. I think it's fantastic. Just some minor things like the flying enemies are a bit annoying, and there's one stupid thing. You can upgrade your bonfire room, your hollow room, to have a shower that refills your the currency or the resource for your sidearms, because those need a special resource to be able to use them. The stupid thing is that shower does not refill when you die. So I ended up on several bosses who are pretty hard, at least some of them, and then died. And then I had to just get out of the room, get into the room again, get out of the room again, either to refill one bit by one bit with a stupid shower, or just stand there and wait for a couple of 20 minutes or something, or 10 minutes until it has fully refilled, or just go and hit all hit a candle that was maybe next to the room that gave me 5 or 10 of these of the resource to completely fill up my sidearms again, because not doing the boss with full sidearm ammunition would be stupid. So I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they didn't also fully refill the shower when you die, because the punishment is that you have to retry the boss anyway. So why make you wait just until you have refilled your sidearm? That's stupid. That's one of those. That's
really weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those really weird mechanics where I don't know why this is in here. Like, why would you waste your player's time like that? Like, I get the idea of punishing you for dying, but you died. You already got punished because you didn't beat the boss. So, and you might have to walk back to the boss. It's not as bad as in other games. You usually get a save point right before the boss, but it's still why would you do that? Why would you extend some weird fucking chore like that. That's stupid. So that was one of the things that I didn't understand why it was in there, why it was in here, and why they decided on doing that. And then the conditions for the secret ending are insane. I will never do that. I watched it on YouTube, and I'm totally fine with that. Absolutely not worth the effort. It's just like you have to do a specific kind of condition. Not trying to spoil this, but at the end of the game, you are confronted with the decisions you made throughout the game. And if you made a bad decision at a certain point, you will not get that ending. So you have to be aware of that. And some of these conditions are absolutely ridiculous and stupid. Like, you are barred from filling up your resources in certain areas and even completing some of the quests. And if you want to see the secret ending. And when I found that out, I was already at the point where I could not get it. I would have to replay the game and do certain things differently. And I was like, yeah, I might do that. But also, this ending is probably not worth it. And I was right, because I looked at it and it's like, okay, guys, no. I'm not gonna do that. I'll leave that to other people, like who don't have who have enough time on their hands. I'm not gonna do that. As much as I love the game, but that's not gonna happen. If I play the game again, I'm gonna play it on New Game Plus, which has apparently its own things where it's like making things more difficult, and you can put modifier in there. But you'll also probably be able to just blast through the game again while being overpowered.
Yeah. I was listening to Wooly and Pat talk about New Game Plus on Castle Super Beast, and I guess there's like this laundry list of modifiers that can get applied to a second game cycle, and it's like, wow, that's a lot. Yeah. Holy moly. So like no two New Game Plus cycles are potentially the same.
Yes, and that's great. Like, you know, if people need replayability in their games, this game is going to give it to them. They're like, Yacht Club games definitely didn't half-ass this. This is definitely, you feel that it was their next big project. They put all of their workforce into that, all of their heart, all of their passion. I'm super glad it worked out. Like, because at some point, I think they said, hey, if this game doesn't work out, if this isn't a success, we're probably done. We can't keep this up. And I'm so glad that the feedback was apparently uniformly positive, and everyone who played it, or 99% of people loved this, and I'm really happy for them. I'm really happy I this time around backed the game, which I missed out on Shovel Knight. So yeah, I'm super happy with it. I'm super happy. It took me a while to get into it, where it's like, ooh, this is kind of in the beginning. But once I got a grip on it and how the upgrade works, how the sidearms worked, how the health refill mechanics worked and everything, and which are the good accessories and everything that you can use, I really, really started to love this game. And I recommend it to everyone who loves this kind of game. Maybe... definitely people who are fans of Zelda, but you also need to be a fan of hard games like the Souls games. Because if you are not, you will bounce off the initial hours of this game, because the learning curve is very steep.
Yeah, I want to eventually get around to playing it too, because I also backed it on Kickstarter, and I played a demo of it at PAX East 2-3 years ago, and I was like, okay, this is shaping up to be really, really cool, and I was really enjoying it. So I just need to actually sit down and play it, and
it's not too long.
Hundreds of other games. Yeah,
even if you collect everything, it's not too long of a game. So I think you can like finish that rather quickly. At least I did, even with having to take a lot of breaks. So yeah, if you ever get, whenever you get to it, let me know what you think about it, because I thought this is one of the best games of this year. Definitely, maybe my game of the year. Yeah, absolutely. So I hope you'll have a good time with it.
Yeah, how long to beat says around 18 to 24 hours. Yeah. So that's not super long.
No, for an adventure, that seems to be a pretty decent mid-range time.
Yeah, so eventually I'll get to it, and I've only heard good about it. So
yeah, it's a good time. Just prepare to get your butt kicked several times.
I believe. Well, I've been doing that with Bloodborne. For months
exactly.
Now.
So you're already there. All right, John. What is the next game on your list?
Star Fox.
Yes. Yeah. Which one, John?
Yes.
All of them.
The one that they can't stop remaking.
Yes, exactly. 64.
But, I mean, technically speaking, it's only the second remake.
Yes,
of 64 specifically.
Yes, but there are elements of 64 in Star Fox Zero, for example, and 64 itself was already kind of a remake of the Super Nintendo one to a degree anyway. So there is like a through line for Star Fox games that at least most of them have adhered to.
They've kind of hit the whole gamut of remake, reimagining, remaster with Star Fox, which, I mean, they sort of very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very out of the blue dropped a Star Fox Direct on us earlier in the year. Like, hey, here's Star Fox news. And I was just like, what do you mean? What are you talking about, Star Fox news? Oh, by the way, it's out in like 2 months.
Yeah. I like Nintendo doing that. I don't know how they managed to always do that, like keep the games a secret for so long. Like their NDA stuff must be incredibly tight. Like this, you probably get put into a dungeon or something when you like let leak stuff like that. They probably will hunt you down and assassinate you or stuff like that. Otherwise, I don't understand how few of their things like this get leaked. And then because so many of the other gaming companies have so much problems with that, but Nintendo mostly doesn't, which is crazy, especially with something big like this. And then it just is out there 2 months later, which is crazy. It's also cool that they really announce a lot of their games so late, just right before they come out almost. That is really cool. I really like that approach.
Yeah, it's very infrequent that you have to wait a long time for a Nintendo game from its announcement. Like, I think the only one that, well, I guess two technically, that I can think of were Metroid Prime 4, which that had troubles. And then I guess it's kind of a Nintendo game only because it's exclusive to their platform, is Bayonetta 3.
Yes.
But this came out very soon after it was announced, and I don't know what to say other than it's a very good remake, expanded remake of Star Fox 64 with like extra like character bits in there to the like briefings in between the stages. And I think there's some really neat extra bits of writing that they threw in on it. And it just looks and plays and it feels great. And almost 30 years later, Star Fox 64 is still a good game. Who would have thought?
Yeah, very pretty game. I feel like they really did a good job in terms of, giving it a new graphical identity. I mean, a lot of people were like making fun of how the characters look, especially Fox. Like at least when the Direct hit, right? But if you actually play the game, I think the look works really well for the game, especially like the actual stages look fantastic in my opinion. Really pretty in that regard. The soundtrack is fucking incredible. Like all the tracks were already great on the N64, but now they're probably orchestrated, and it's just like sounds so great. Like Meteor is fantastic, Zonas, Aquas. All of those levels, they sound so good. Like the songs are so great. Like such a great atmosphere, and I love that.
To your point about the look of the characters, there was one tweet in particular that someone said, I feel like the kids that played Star Fox finally got the right job at the right time. They get it. They get it's gritty. The tech is 80s aerospace. It's Top Gun meets Star Wars with space animals, not the clean sheen Sonic or Mario we've seen in previous installments. I feel like it's exactly how it should look for what they were going for, like all along.
I probably still would have preferred the design they used for the Star Wars segment. Star Wars, almost. The Star Fox, close enough. The Star Fox segment in the new Super Mario Galaxy movie, because there's like a segment in that movie that is then 2D animated and somewhat anime-ish style, and it just looks really cool. I wouldn't have minded that design, or even Fox's design in that he has in most of the Mario movie. So that would probably have been more like catered to my sensibilities, because it would have been a bit more cartoony and colorful, and this is gearing more toward realism. But it still looks great, and in terms of, you know, just the ships and you know, the enemy designs and whatever, it just looks really cool to have like this realistic look to it. It just looks gritty, which I didn't expect as a choice, but that it works. It works for this game, just like the comment you just read says. So it's great. Like that, I really like the presentation of this, with a few couple like caveats. I feel like they flattened several of the dialogue lines, especially on the bosses. It's so fun when they absolutely lose their shit in the original, when you blast them to bits. Like the first one, "You'll never defeat Andros!" Like, and the new line reads like, "You'll never defeat Andros." Like, I'm over exaggerating, but basically that's what it is, and that's what it sounds like. And I don't know why they did that.
I mean, I will always put that on the voice director, not the actors, because I don't get that, why they're not like, "Hey, that sounds good. Like, maybe you should put in like one or two more takes." Maybe
they also wanted to have it be a bit more realistic there as well, and not go the actors super overboard. But I feel like for this kind of game, this is necessary. You need this kind of larger than life bosses and enemies that are overacting to, you know, because it's so much fun in the original, and the actors have so much fun with it, and here it sometimes really feels phoned in, and that's a bummer, because everything in that game looks and sounds so good. So I don't know why they just missed the target there. So but a minor annoyance. I even played the game in different dubs. I played some of it in Japanese and some of it in German. I checked it out. It is fun, although it was kind of weird that Peppy sounds so much more pissed in German. I feel like, okay, I mean, to the point of me just ranting about Souls games and the game design flaws. I guess that's appropriate, but still, it was a bit weird. Him sounding so antagonistic. But yeah, I think the other big thing is, and that's the minors, the most minor point of criticism. Why does every Star Fox game after N64 fuck up the explosions? Like, they're not supposed to be realistic. They're supposed to be giant balls of fire that feel super satisfying to end a level on. One of our friends put it best, like, context. In the original, one of the biggest explosions in the game is when you guide the train into the weapons factory on Macbeth. And when the explosion hits, when the train crashes into that factory and explodes, you also get the plus 50 or plus 100 hit bonus. Here, first of all, the explosion is toned down. It's like several small explosions rather than one giant ball of fire. But also the bonus hits don't appear on screen with the explosion, but with the last rail you switch on the train.
Yeah, that's a weird choice. Like, it made more sense. It made more sense when the giant moth like hits the factory, blows up, plus 50. It's like, there really you go.
Yes. And our friend said that ruins it, and he is right. And toning down the exaggerated yells of disappointment when they lose, toning down the explosions. Whoever did this did not understand that the campiness of that part of the presentation was part of the fun. So it's kind of a bummer. I get that what they were going for, I guess I understand what they were going for with the general design of the graphics and the design of the character. They were trying to make this game more realistic, but it's a fucking game about 4 fucking animals in space who shoot down a giant monkey at the end of the game. Like, just fucking stop it.
Go all in with it, man.
Yes, exactly. It's just, but again, very minor complaint. I had a really good time with this game. I haven't gotten all the medals yet, but I plan to. And it just plays still so good. Although I don't remember Titania to be this tough and Macbeth like the Landmaster stages. I really got my ass handed to me there. It was like, what was this ever always so hard?
Yeah, I remember those 2 stages in particular being pretty tough, honestly.
Oh, in the original as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I really don't remember Macbeth being that tough.
I still haven't. I played through one route. I haven't gone back and cleared all the other stages. And I kind of, this is stupid to say, but I considered my one run of the game a wash because I missed getting the metal score on Venom 2. And I was like, well, this run was worthless because I have to do it all over again because I lost my wing on Area 6 and it made the fight with Starwolf on Venom 2 way harder than it needed to be. So I screwed myself.
I mean, that fight is a bitch anyway, and if you only have your one laser, forget it.
But if you have hyper lasers, you can knock that fight out so quick. It's trivial.
I played through the game on kind of the most difficult route when I had two friends over, and they had never played it, and they were like, "Whoa, okay, why is this so fast?" And I was like, "Well, I have the hyper lasers." And but yeah, that fight can fuck you up pretty quickly because there's also all these pillars in the stage, and if you by accidentally turn the wrong at the wrong moment and run into one or fly into one too often, you also lose your wings there or die, and that fight can be a bitch. But yeah,
I will say I kind of like that there's no penalty now for retrying a stage, whereas in the original you had to give up a life, which that just felt bad to do.
Your upgrades, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you had to give up a life and all of your upgrades. Blech.
That is the good thing here. It's like if you see, okay, I'm probably not going to win this. You can just retry and keep all your upgrades, but just don't die. Just stop, pause the game, and instead retry, because then you will keep your hyper lasers. So that's that's the smart move here. Don't die and then retry. Do retry first. If you have just a sliver of health left, just play the safe side and retry. So,
like, does it make the game easier than the original? Yes, but I think it is a good change.
Yes. And I mean, you don't have to do that, but it's nice that the game gives you the options. It's all about options. Speaking of options, it's nice that you can actually play the game with the Switch N64 controller.
Yeah.
I did that for my first run, and I think my second, but then I switched over to the Pro controller because, hey, nostalgia is nice, but it's just, the Pro controller is just so much more precise and comfortable to play with.
Yeah, it really, like, I played the demo with the N64 controller just for nostalgia's sake. I was like, this is neat. And I got a Switch 2 Pro controller for my birthday a few months back, and I was like, I'm just going to keep using this instead, I think.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller is one of the best controllers I've ever used. It's so comfortable to hold. It's so nice, precise. I think the D-pad is it already was on the first Pro controller, but the joysticks and in general the feel of the controller and everything, the haptic stuff, it's a really fantastic controller.
Yeah, like the Switch 1 controller is really good, but I just feel like the Switch 2 controller is just that slight bit better. And it's because I was using a third-party controller for my Switch 1 for a while, King Kong controller, and it was neat, but it had sync issues with the Switch 2, so I was like, well, I guess I have to go back to using a first-party controller, so...
I feel it's worth it. It's expensive, but I feel it's worth it. If you play a lot of Switch games on your TV, I think the investment is worth it. I also recommend it to a friend, and he sent me a picture of the controller with text under it saying, "Holy shit, this is really good." It's like, yes, I told you. It's a really great controller.
Yeah, the sticks in particular feel really good. The way they don't grind up against the stick gate the way some controllers do. Like on my, I love the Series X controller, Series S/X, but the way the sticks grind up against the gate is not great. Like I have some they're like rubber-ish rings on the actual pillar of the stick so they don't grind through it, because I had that trouble with another Xbox controller and I was like, oh, that's bad. So I put some on there and it just makes it feel that much better, so it's not destroying the actual stick mechanism.
I just hope that the Pro controller will not exhibit stick drift down the road. Let's see. I hope Nintendo figured that shit out with this generation. We'll see.
There's no reason why any given controller shouldn't be Hall effect or TMR nowadays.
Yeah.
Speaking of, the Steam controller has TMR sticks and it feels and works really good. So,
nice. All right. Yeah, but Star Fox 64, still a great game, even in this remake form. And I hope now they have this team that did a great remake. I hope they actually get this team on doing another great new Star Fox in the style of 64. But also, hey, if they want, they can do like a remake of Assault, which I've never played, and maybe improve on that a bit.
Oh my god.
So
I'm amazed Assault isn't on the GameCube application yet.
I'm waiting for that. I finally want to play it.
I would love for it to get cleaned up and get like a new, better version, because Assault it's a pretty good game. It has some weird hang-ups in there, but I still think on the whole it is a good game. I think the music does a lot of heavy lifting, and I've said this before, because I think the soundtrack is incredible in Assault. But
I mean, that's the same for Star Fox Zero.
Yeah, the Bandai Namco sound team just like knocked it out of the park in Assault. Absolutely. But yeah, this remake was handled by Velen Studios, and they worked with
Vision, right?
Yeah, and they worked with Nintendo before on Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, which that's sort of a who cares sort of game. But they worked on Knockout City, which is apparently a really fun game as well, which no longer exists, unfortunately. I think there might be like a private server version of it now, but They worked with Nintendo a couple of times now, so we'll see. Maybe they'll keep working with them again.
Let's hope for the best. Let's hope it doesn't take us another, I don't know how many years it's been since Star Fox Zero to get an actual good Star Fox game again, and hopefully not another remake of 64, because now it's really enough, guys. Give us a new one. And
wow, Star Fox Zero really was 10 years ago.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's so much stuff you could do. There's so many levels you create. You could just transport them to another system or do some time travel shit or whatever. There's so much stuff you can do with these characters, and you can actually properly create good ground mechanics. You can probably do a great adventure game with this. You just have to go out and do it and have an idea for it and a vision for it. And let's see. I hope they do that, because I feel that the Star Fox universe has so much potential. And so let's hope they actually make use of that.
Like, I think I saw a comment at one point saying, like, this doesn't need to be one of Nintendo's A series. It can be a B or a C. Yes. Just so long as, they keep up momentum like this and make the games fun.
Yeah. Okay. What is your last game, John?
The last game is Borderlands 2. I'm not done with it. And I mostly started playing this as something to test out the Steam controller with, and I've kind of gotten let me check my hours on the game. I've played it for about 10 hours now, and I think I'm around halfway through the game. Like I said, I started playing it just as a test controller, and then I started getting deeper and deeper into it, and I was like, well, I guess I'm just playing this now on the side. And it's still, the rating in the game is still as stupid as it was when it came out, but it's goofy. It has some fun moments to it. So the one thing it does really well is that the guns feel good to fire and shoot and do the gun shooty thing. I remember one of the things they advertised this on back in the day was it, like, from Borderlands 1 to 2, a bazillion guns got a bazillion deer. And there's so much variation on the weapons, and there's like 7 or 8 different types of gun in the game, and you get so many different modifiers on them. So you can find a different shotgun than you found 5 minutes ago, and it looks and plays and it feels differently. Like, I had one at one point that was like, the magazine is 3 bullets. It shoots 3 bullets when you pull the trigger. Oh, well. But you can fire it as fast as you can pull the trigger. One of the modifiers says, well, it's as fast as you can pull the triggers, as fast as you can reload it. So it's a weird, Borderlands has always been a weird series, but it has always been fun in terms of gunplay and whatnot. Like, I've been playing it solo, so it can be kind of frustrating playing solo if you don't have someone to pick you back up when you're down. But the games have always had a mechanic where if you kill an enemy while you're down, you get back up with like some portion of your health. I think it's either like a third or half. So you can kind of get back into the game. And once you start getting like stronger shields and you start getting abilities that let your health regenerate, which is like crucial, then it starts to feel a lot better and a lot more fun to play, because then you just sort of get into a pattern where you're just like dodging and weaving and your health is constantly regenerating and you're fighting off enemies and they're dropping newer, bigger gun and the bosses are crazy to fight. And I think enemy health scales depending on how many players you have in a session anyway. So you can make the game technically harder with more players, but you know, the cool thing about the game is it has a native Linux version. The bad thing about that version is it doesn't work with the shift system that 2K has in place for like a system they have called Golden Keys, where you can unlock extra weapons. So even though it has a native Linux version, it probably behooves you to play the Proton version so you can actually get the extra functionality. Because the way the Golden Keys worked is you can redeem shift codes and then they get put into the game. And when you unlock this chest in this area of the game, Sanctuary, with a Golden Key, you are guaranteed to get a weapon that is at your level. And you know, you might go for a long time without a weapon that is at your level, and it's sort of the weapon being scaled to your level kind of indicates how much damage it can do as well, and that can lead to some tough situations where you might have a weapon that you might really like, but it's 5 levels under where you are, and it makes it like not really viable to use. So you can kind of go and just be like, hey, I have a key. Can you give me something that is at level to make the game, you know, to make what I'm doing a little easier to do? And so it doesn't really encourage spending. The good thing about that is it doesn't encourage spending like all of your keys all at once, because it's not guaranteed what kind of weapon you're going to get, and the weapons will get outmoded at some point. So you are encouraged to try new weapons, to get new weapons, to buy not only from that chest, but also from the vendors to buy other weapons as well. So there's a little bit of a cycle on that to keep trying out new and different stuff. I don't know if they've done this in the other games, but I sort of hope there's something like in Destiny 2, which is now a dead game, unfortunately. At one point you get a weapon, you can get a weapon, and I really like this weapon, but you get a weapon that is a higher level. Well, I don't really like this newer weapon. You can spend a resource to reflect that weapon's gear level onto the one you want to use, empowering it up. So I wonder if they did something like that in like 3 or 4. I think the pre-sequel might have been too soon afterward, since I think it's just like Borderlands 2 plus, basically. But yeah, this is just me playing through it real casual. It was, like I said, meant as a controller test, but I'm having fun just sort of messing around, going from point to point, doing some of the side quests. I don't think I'm gonna because there's a lot to do in the game. I don't think I'll 100% complete it. I don't think I have any of the intent of going through all of the DLC, but I was playing it with some friends years ago, and it was fun playing the game with friends, but it was also kind of frustrating because you pick up a new weapon, you want to see its stats, you want to try it out. And when your friends are trying to be like, hey, we just want to move along and go from place to place, and you don't get to really check out the thing you picked up, it's like,
yeah,
you don't really get to play at the pace that you want to.
Yeah, I get it.
So that's why I've sort of had, it has been more difficult but more enjoyable playing it solo. So
yeah, I get it. There are some games like that where it's definitely Even though it's sold like the co-op aspect is integral, you still have a better time when playing it alone.
Yeah.
Does that game have a good story? I haven't played any of the Borderlands game, and I'm not really interested to do that, but I wonder.
It has a story. So part of it relies on Handsome Jack is trying to burrow his way to the vault, and he's not a good dude, and he's kind of a jerk, but his writing is really funny because he just gets to ham it up as just being this massive dickhead. And part of the story involves trying to find the Vault Hunters from the first game and see what their stories are and work towards this shared goal of defeating Handsome Jack and saving, the planet from literally getting burrowed down to its core. Which, go figure how that's going to work out. But, it does have a story that is there. I don't think it's the best written story, but the moment to moment writing has been fun for what it is. So I don't think it deserves to win any awards for its writing, but it's enjoyable enough. So,
okay, that's something.
And I think that has carried me on because the humor is still pretty solid. It still is mostly pretty solid. Some of the humor is a little dated. It's very, God, when did the game come out? Oh no, I don't remember.
20 years ago.
I'm gonna put more gray hairs on my beard by looking up when it came out. 2012. Oh my God, it's 14 years old. But it is a very 2012 game, and every time Claptrap opens his mouth, I want to be like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I hate you. You're annoying. And she's like, wow, you're my servant. You can do what I say, servant. And I'm just like, I want to put a bullet in your head.
Bummer that they don't allow you to do that.
I mean, there's one quest early on in the game that is actually pretty funny involving him, because he's like, well, I can give you access to my storage to put your spare weapons in, but you're going to have to do this and this and this. And he runs off this big, long laundry list of objectives, and they start putting them on the screen, and then you just turn to the right and you push the button to open the locker, and he's like, oh, or you could just go right there. And I'm like, all right, that's a pretty good subversion on that one.
Yeah.
So that one got a chuckle out of me, at least. But otherwise, every time Claptraps opens his mouth, I'm like, can you go away, please? But other than that, the game is fun. The aspect that matters most about it, the shooting the gun, feels good. And, that really carries it through pretty much the entirety of it. I don't know exactly how long it's supposed to be, so I don't know what kind of ride I'm in for. 30 hours? Okay, so if I just sort of go through it, it's basically, oh my God, there was a VR version of the game. That sounds like a one-way ticket to Puke City. But yeah, it has been enjoyable for the most part, and I've been kind of playing through it at a somewhat labored pace, so I don't know when I'll get through it, but started having fun with it. And it actually, How Long to Beat has a whole bunch of the DLC listed, and it looks like a bunch of them are actually really short. So if I want to touch on some of the shorter ones, at least, that would be fun to do. But some of them would look a bit longer, but maybe some of the shorter ones I'll at least look at. So all
right,
it's been mostly pretty fun. That's pretty much that. And it looks like you have one more for us, and I think it's a large-ish one, so.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I forgot before the recording started to look up how many hours I actually put into this, but it was definitely over 100, I think 120 or something, or maybe even more. I played, finally, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I've been holding off on this for a while because I heard it didn't run too great on Switch 1. So I was like, I'm going to wait until the Switch successor comes out, because there's probably some ways this will run better with like boost mode or something like that. And so I hold off on playing this until the beginning of the year, this year. And then I finally pulled the trigger, and a couple of months later, Nintendo announced that they're doing fucking Switch 2 versions for all of the Xenoblade games, and the one for 3s. Like right before I was, they announced that right when I was ready to hit the final dungeon, and it's like, you motherfuckers!
Oh no, you were that far along?
Yes. It's like, you
oh
no! Could you have announced it at the beginning of the year? I love that it doesn't take you that long to release them, but fuck. So, and it's coming out in November, I think, like the one for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So I was like, okay, fuck it. But I'm like, there's DLC for it, which I haven't tackled yet, and I will play that in the Switch 2 version then.
The same thing sort of happened to this. It isn't a VTuber I watch actively, but this one girl who I'm aware of started playing Persona 3, and then Reload came out, and it's like, ooh. It's like, maybe you should switch to Reload. And she was like, no, I'm already this deep into this. I'm not going to. It's like, okay. And she had a bad time playing it because, Reload has all of the a lot of quality of life changes to it that the old version doesn't. So it's like, ooh.
Yeah. I played Reload, so I'm safe there, sadly, for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I did not, but it runs pretty well on the Switch 2. My TV also has, shame on me, a kind of motion smoothing for games. I hate it for movies and for TV shows, but for the game it worked rather well. There were some artifacts here and there, but overall it pushed the game to, I don't know how many frames, 50 or something.
I can't do that. I just put it on game mode and I let it rock. So
I understand it, but it was, like I said, if it would have been too weird, I wouldn't have used it, but it actually worked for the game. It made it feel less choppy. And since, the game is already not really, like, games usually don't have a movie mode for the cutscenes, where the cutscenes play at 30 frames to give it more of a movie feel, and the game plays at 60 FPS. It's usually synced up, so there is not that much of a jarring desync feeling when I like speed up, let's say, or make the overall frame rate more fluid with this kind of mechanic. It works. It's pretty good on my Samsung TV, so it's like, okay, this is fine, and this makes the game run better, even though it's kind of a cheat. So I activated it, and it's fine. It's probably gonna feel much better once the actual Switch 2 version comes out, but it was fine this way.
I look forward to finally playing Xenoblade 2 now that its Switch 2 version is out.
You should get to it. I'm pretty sure you will like that game a lot. So I'm looking forward to hearing you talk about it when you actually get to it. But so Xenoblade Chronicles 3, played it from beginning to end over a long time, because this is a long fucking game, massive game. All the Xenoblade games are. This might be the biggest one yet. I don't know. Maybe X is bigger. Not sure. But it's massive, and it's much darker in terms of tone. It's kind of like, I feel, Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is kind of in the middle tone-wise between 2 and 3. 2 is the goofiest one. It feels very anime. It feels very moe in certain parts. It has a lot of comedy bits and everything, and 1 has a bit of those, but it's mostly serious, and I feel 3 is like the most serious one in terms of tone, which I appreciated. Like, the setting is much darker already, because it's set in this world with these two nations that have been in a constant war forever, and just basically massacring each other on the battlefield. And basically all of them are kind of like child soldiers. like all of the soldiers only get like 10 years old at max if they don't die before that, and even if they make it to 10, they then get basically killed by their queen, returning their life force to her, as she is the one that created them, to feed the future generation. And it's like this giant ritual and everything, basically coming of age, but also dying at the same time. It's really depressing. But the main character is Noah, who is an Offseer, playing off the people who died with his flute. And he and his two friends go on a mission, and one of these, on one day, run into a crashed airship. And at the same time, 3 people from the other side, from the other nation, also appear there. And they have a small scuffle and everything, but then things start happening and they have to work together. And then they start to become a friend group, like across the divides and everything. And they go on a mission together to find out what is actually happening with this world, because all of these the colonies that they live in have like these giant clocks that are fed by the life force of the people that live there, and vice versa. And what happens to them at the very beginning of the game frees those 6 people from this dependency. So they're kind of free, or at least more free than the other people are. So their mission is now to free the rest of the people, and also find out who's responsible for even getting them in this situation, which is this organization called Mebius. And it's really like, there's definitely some things where you can already see where this is going, but the game has already a few surprises up its sleeve and everything, and also in regards to how it's related to the other Xenoblade games and everything. I really, really liked the story of this. I was in from beginning to end. I thought the tone was really good and really appropriately light in certain parts, but really appropriately heavy in other parts. Mitsuda's and Ace's soundtrack also has plenty of flute-heavy tracks, because that's Noah's main instrument when he sees of other people, like people who died on the battlefield. Very awesome style. In general, this might be my favorite Xenoblade soundtracks, even though I really love the first and second one, and of course Xenoblade X, because it's Sawano. But one of the tracks played when 2 characters perform a send-off together is so good that it made me immediately well up with tears. I wish... It's a fantastic soundtrack. There's so much amazing music in this, and so many songs that hit so hard in the moments that they're played in. And the battle themes are better than ever, especially because of the flute component. But yeah, it's fantastic. Like, it's one of the best video game soundtracks I've ever heard, and especially in relation to the story, how it's like becomes this diegetic thing, because a couple of characters in this game play the flute, and the flute being a main melody instrument in those tracks, and then being part of the story, and also the flutes that the characters have being part of the story and having some very important scenes and playing a very important role in the development of these characters and what they symbolize and everything, is such a good diegetic way of using your music. And I loved it. It was so fucking fantastic. And it's the best thing that the series has ever done in regards to the soundtrack, in my opinion. I couldn't stop listening to it. That being said, I wish there wasn't a separate track just for the menu. And I think Xenoblade 2 already did this. When you open the menu, you get a different music than the field music. And you can't turn that off. So since you spend a lot of time in the menu in this game, because you can do so much in that game in terms of leveling, in terms of character equipment, in terms of how you set up your characters and everything. So you spend a lot of time in the menu, and you always hear the same music when you do that. And that is kind of a problem. That track is great, but if you hear that track for most of the game, it becomes a bit grating. And you have so many good other tracks in the game, field music and so on. So I don't know why they don't at least give you the option to listen to the field music, to the map music when you are in the menu. wild to me. Like, they must be really proud of that music from the menu. But I'm like, oh, guys, come on, give me something else. That track is good, but man.
That's like some Final Fantasy 1 shit.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's a really weird decision, and I don't know why they did that. And, well, I learned to live with it. But that's something I really hope they do. That is a quality of life thing they're gonna include in the Switch 2 patch. I really hope they will give you the option to turn on the fucking map music, the field music, when you get into the menu, because Jesus, that is still echoing in the back of my head at this point. That song. Anyway, but yeah, in terms of gameplay, it's your usual Xenoblade stuff. You know, you have your characters that you position around the enemy, and you have a limited movement options, but basically they're auto attacking the entire time, and then you can do some special moves. You can set up some combos by putting them in different damage states, for example, keeping them dazed, or keeping them I don't even know what the actual condition is called, but that they're like sitting on the ground, can't move and everything. They're stunned in one way or another, and then you can string these different conditions into other conditions, and basically also like Grandia 3 also did it, like basically knocking them into the air and keep attacking them in the air and stuff like that. And that's super fun. Like using different combo routes, which you have like 2 main combo routes in this, and always fighting the enemies in that regard, and using these kind of weaknesses in the fights is really fun. This doesn't work on all the enemies, of course. Some of them are immune to that, and then you have to employ different tactics, but a lot of them are, and it's just so fun to first just daze the enemy, then knock them into the ground, then knock them up into the air, and then do a wild attack in the air and knock them back to the ground again, and it gives a super damage multiplier and everything. And what adds to this, and what makes this game even more massive, are 2 things. The first one is, in the first, 2 Xenoblade games, you have 3 party members, I think, in each game. In this, you have 6 the entire time. Basically, once your 2 factions meet up, like from 2 different nations, and become one big party, you controlling 6 characters at the same time. I mean, most of them are AI controlled, basically, and you can switch between all of them depending on what you want to control, but you can control all of them if you want them. You can switch between all of them, and that means you can start up all of the combos and do the different things that you want to do. I didn't do that because Jesus. But technically you can play all of them, and of course you can give them commands, and some of the commands they will execute automatically if you set them up correctly, kind of like the Gambit system a bit. But it's super cool. It's like I rarely feel like we're getting games with such big parties, and it's just so fun to also have all these characters around the entire time, and them being able to interact with at the rest stops all the time, talk to each other all the time. Like, the game is also really about forming bonds, especially with people you considered your enemies before. The game is really about a lot. And it's so cool to have such a big cast throughout the entire game that you can also play. And that's all this game is. It's just so much. You spend so much time with these 6 characters. Technically 8, because there's also, of course, some mascot characters again there on the side. But it's so cool. Like, I love that this was a 6-party game, and there's so much cool shit you can do with that. Especially when it comes to the other big component, this game has a class system, and you have like 20, 30 different classes.
Oh, wow.
It's fucking insane. You have like these hero characters in the game that you meet. And you can basically recruit them into your party. And once you've spent enough time with them, one of your characters is always kind of attuned to their class from the beginning. It's like, okay, they have also some story sequences with them and everything. And once that story part is over, that character can level up that class to maximum, and once they have done that, all the other classes or the other party members can that too. And that is really awesome because it gives you so much variety in terms of how you want to play your game, how you want to set up your party, what your party's move can do, because all of these classes, of course, have different special moves. They have different roles in the combat. Of course, you have your healers, you have your attackers, you have your tanks. It's very MMO-ish. It always was in that regard. But all of these play very differently in certain regards. Some are more geared towards debuffs and buffs, and some are more geared towards crit damage, and some are more geared towards, normal base damage and everything. And some are more about ranged and accuracy, and some are more about, melee and everything. So it's really cool how much variety this game gives you in terms of party building, in terms of class building. It's really awesome. The only downside this brings with itself is that none of your characters really have an identity in battle, because basically every character can become everything. That is kind of cool in terms of the freedom that it gives you and how you want to combine your different party members and the battle style that you want to use and everything. But you don't really have the one attacker, the one healer, because everyone can be everything. And technically, there are some base stats that make certain characters more suited to certain classes, but those numbers are kind of negligible, which also means that the characters, like I said, lose a bit of their individuality. Also, if you want to level up all the classes for every character, you're going to grind a lot and will be switching gear a lot, etc.
I believe that.
Yeah. So I just stuck with the classes that level the fastest for each individual character for a while, and otherwise I only checked for certain arts I wanted from individual classes, because this is also a thing. When you level up a class with a character, you can employ some of their skills on other classes and add them to some of your quick actions and everything. So
that sounds like when I played through Bravely Default, I was like, there's a lot of jobs, but I guess I'm just going to go off vibes and pick this, and this, and run with that.
Yes, I love the variety this job system gives you. But if you want to really level up everything, you're just gonna not be playing anything else for a long time. But yeah, this game is throwing a lot at you in terms of mechanics and systems. So be prepared to take in a lot in the first couple of hours. I feel it's not too bad. I feel like the game still tells you pretty well how things work and what you can do, but there are a lot of terms and mechanics thrown in your face that you have to be acquainted with. But the game is also not that so difficult that it's punishing you if you don't immediately understand everything. But just be prepared to read up on some of that stuff if you really want to employ everything. You don't have to, at least not in the beginning, but it benefits you if you do. You also of course get the bonus EXP option again, where at the at the save points, at the rest stops and everything, you can do an additional level up of your characters if you feel like you're under-leveled, so that you don't necessarily always have to go out and beat monsters again. You get auto XP basically, even though most of the damage depends on your class level in this game, on your job level. But you can get also additional EXP, and you can use that. And if you do that all the time, you will become over-leveled pretty quickly. But if you don't want to use that, if you feel like, I feel like I'm strong enough right now, I don't want to be too strong, you can just not do that. So that's cool. That's a cool option. That makes it, if you want to play the game, a more balanced version of this game, you can do that. I don't want this. I want a power fantasy, so of course over-leveled my characters into oblivion pretty quickly. And there is still some fights against rare beasts, which have the best song in the entire game, like they always do. You Will Know Our Names is the best track in original Xenoblade, and they did an extension of that in Xenoblade 2, like a different interpretation of that, and of course they do a different interpretation of that in this game, and in my opinion it's the best one. Although the 1 and 2 is also really good, and 1 is also fantastic, timeless. So just fantastic soundtracks from beginning to end, all of these fucking games. But yeah, it's really cool. There's another aspect in the to the game, to the gameplay, that I don't want to give away because it heavily features into the story, and even though it happens pretty early on, the moment it happens is one of the best moments in the game, presentation-wise, soundtrack-wise, like in terms of story and everything. It's just there is another gameplay mechanic added into it that also is heavily relevant to what the story is doing and what it's talking about. And the cutscenes are so epic in this, like the action direction, the music, the voice acting. They have really come a long way since Xenoblade 1, where some scenes still looked a bit wonky. And you still have some scenes that are not as well animated in terms of fight choreography and character animation, everything in this. But definitely when it counts, when they are showing big fight action scenes, and this was already the case in Xenoblade 2, this game looks fucking incredible. Like, it's you're watching one of the best shown action anime, or in general action anime you've ever seen. It's so cool. There's so many fuck yeah moments in this, and there already were in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, so be prepared for that. It's just presentation-wise and cutscenes-wise, this game is fucking incredible. Story-wise, another addition to another thing I want to mention. For all the dumbasses who claim Japanese games are not political.
Oh boy.
Here's another example of that being absolutely not true. As this game is literally about, well, now I don't want to give this away, but let's just say it's about something that we currently might be, or let's say from the Japanese side of things, and a certain anime we've watched might contend with and might have put as a theme in the show. And I won't go farther than that, but there's definitely something to the whole aspect with the flame clock and everything, and the life force of the people being robbed, and all of the people that happens to being very young, and the antagonists of the game that not being that, maybe, probably. You get the idea where the story of this game is going and what it's trying to do and everything. So there are definitely some real world analogies and allegories in here that are pretty blatant. And so, yeah.
I mean, I heard this had some parallels to Xenogears, and that was a famously unpolitical game, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I enjoyed that also very much. But to the core, in the core, there's a very emotional story about loss, about letting go, about friendship, about compassion, even, for your enemies and everything. And I think it all works really well. I even liked the ending, which I, of course, won't talk about. I think it's fantastic. It's my favorite of all the three games so far. Some people might have a problem with it. I loved it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know the DLC is a prequel to this, just like it was with Xenoblade 2. That's actually set before the story of the main game, so I won't get an add-on to the ending. But I'm totally fine with how it wrapped up, and I think it totally fits the tone of the game and everything. And there were so many cool and emotional moments in this. I think it's definitely one of the best RPG stories I've played.
Yeah,
I loved it.
I wanna sit down and play Future Connected before I actually play Xenoblade 2, but apparently that's not very long. Like, no, I know it was added to the definitive edition of Xenoblade when it released on Switch, and I just need to get around to doing that.
I don't know how connected it actually is to the other games, but I feel like eventually I will also check that out. The DLC for Xenoblade 2, Torna, the Golden Country, is pretty beefy. Don't play that before the main game, because that will spoil the whole main game for you, even though it's a prequel.
That I hadn't heard that, but it was not my plan to play DLC before a main game.
Don't do that. Absolutely not. Same for 3, probably.
Also, not me confusing Future Connected's name with a patch name in FF14. I was thinking about it a couple weeks ago. Oops.
Yeah.
It is not Futures Rewritten, John, you idiot.
And I mean, the DLC for 3 is called Future Redeemed, so you can confuse that as well. A lot of future things happening here. But yeah, it's, again, fantastic game. Couple of small criticisms. A thing Monolith still hasn't learned is to show on the map icons if the point of interest, like quest event or an ether resource or whatever is set on a higher or lower level relative to your position. So you still get situations where it looks like you're right next to a thing, but it's above or below you. And in this game, that could mean it's above you, it's below you, like several fucking levels. And that's kind of annoying.
Actually, that is something that was happening to me in Borderlands 2 when I was playing it a couple weeks ago. I was like, I'm right here. Where is it? I don't understand. So, like, a lot of games don't seem to get that quite right.
Yeah, and I mean, you can circumvent this by using a button combination that shows you the quickest way to the quest. But that only works if you have already accepted the quest. If you're still trying to get to the quest giver or, some other non-quest related point of interest, you're shit out of luck. So
that or just do something simple on the marker, like put an up arrow on it if it's above you, or down arrow if it's below. It could be that easy.
Some games, a lot of games do that actually, and I don't know why Monolith hasn't figured this out. Just do a fucking arrow that shows that is turned upwards or downwards. Then you immediately know if you're on the right level at least. And it's so weird. There was just one of those, what the fuck is happening? Why are we still doing this in such a massive fucking world? And this world is, man, I love the worlds of the Xenoblade games. Like, they feel so alive, and there's so many cool vistas and secrets and cool monsters to fight and to see. It's really neat, and not so littered with menial tasks that it keeps you from actually enjoying exploring it. I feel like it's very balanced in that regard. Like, there are not fucking icons all over the fucking map with shit to do. Sometimes you can just walk through an area and take in the view, take in the music, the atmosphere to get to the next point. Maybe fight some monster, but maybe also don't, because it's just so awesome to move around in this world and to experience it. It's just really an RPG series to dive into, to just sink into, like into a big ocean. It's so cool. And I just love it. I love this series so goddamn much. And 3 is probably my favorite one now. It's amazing. There's some gameplay, like I said, some gameplay things that I was just like, why would you do this? This is just feeling like an inconvenience. Like the restriction of only being able to equip master arts, which are the arts that you inherit from different jobs, from other classes, right? You can only equip those because all jobs have two factions, because all the heroes belong to either, the one country or the other country that, your characters come from. And you can only put the master arts from one job on the class of, from one country on the class of another country. So you're kind of restricted in that way. And I don't know why they did that. That is one of the few things where it's like, wait, you give us so much freedom and you restrict that? Why? I don't feel like it would completely imbalance the game or imbalance it more if you did that, if you give us the freedom there as well. So that was a really weird, where it's like, okay, why? I don't understand. And I was like, I wanted to build certain things. I wanted to equip certain skills, and I couldn't for some of the classes I chose because they are from the same country, basically. So I was like, okay, this is kind of weird, and I don't like it. But also, it was fine. Again, very minor complaint. I just didn't understand why they decided to do this. What cool is about the different classes / jobs, you get many cool costume options for your characters, because each job comes with its own outfit for each character. And that's really neat. So you get to a lot of, sometimes you maybe just want to level a class to get that outfit, even if you don't want to play it. I did that.
That's pretty cool.
Yes. Because in my opinion, Noah's coolest costume is for a class that I didn't want to use him for. I wanted to use that for another character. What I didn't like is that you can't edit the hero's equipment, like makes them subpar to your main characters using that class in many ways, because you can still always keep one hero with you as an additional seventh party member. But you can't, in all the Xenoblade games, you can equip stuff like, special armor or whatever, trinkets to give you a bit of boost for certain stats or something like that. And you can also equip gems, right, that also boost some of your skills and so on. And you can still do that in that game, but only for your normal party members, not for the heroes. They have like a fixed set of equipment. And that, is a bit, like, it makes him a bit subpar to the main characters using that class in many ways. Like, there's this DLC character, who has a great additional skill tree that in theory makes her a tank to be reckoned with. But then her gems and accessories are absolutely not optimized for a tank role, which is wild to me. Like, okay, did you sleep at the wheel there, Monolith? What's going on? So I had to put her class on a different character, one of my main characters, but I still always felt like, yeah, I can't put all of her skills that are kind of geared toward the specific way she plays, which is kind of this kind of suicide tank. Like, she gets stronger when she dies. That is her special skill. Every time she comes back, she gets revived. She gets stronger. Her damage output becomes higher, and that's really cool. But then she doesn't have gems like keeping up aggro all the time, so that she gets attacked all the time. Because if you have, like, depending on how you set up your party, you can have 2 tanks, right? You can have 2 healers, you can have 2 attackers, but you can also have only 1 tank. You can have 3 healers, 4 attackers, whatever you want. And for her, it makes sense to have her be the only tank, so that she regularly gets killed, as morbid as that sounds, so that she becomes stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger again. The problem is, her equipment doesn't make her hold aggro steady enough. So, and you can't change that. You can't give her gems that make her more reliably pull aggro from enemies. So that's a bummer. So she is here, like, fighting, but not getting attacked enough to die, and instead other characters then die. And it's just because she can't be a proper tank. And that was such a missed opportunity. It was still fun putting her abilities on one of my other characters, but that character was also not as good as they could have been with all of her additional skill trees geared towards her ability of coming back stronger after she dies. So, I feel like there were still ways that they could have made that better, and the best thing would have been giving us the option to edit the equipment of the hero characters. Then I could have made, into the ultimate tank. So, was a bit of a bummer, but also nothing game-breaking or anything. There's some stuff that was dumb in the other Xenoblade games that's still a bit dumb here. Like, you have unique boss battles resetting mid-fight because the monster has steered too far away from its spawn point, which is the most annoying dumb shit, right? You have it down like to 20 or 10%, and then you move too far away from its spawning point, and suddenly it resets the fight. I got so angry at that when it happened to me several times.
That's some weird MMO stuff for sure.
Yeah. Also, not being able to pause during a fight in anything outside an MMO should be forbidden. It's so outside of the reality of playing a game when you're an adult and might have other responsibilities that demand your attention, especially when the fights go very long.
No pausing at all?
No pausing at all, although, thankfully, returning to the home menu of the Switch suspends the game. So you can do that. But there's no in-game option to pause the game when you're in the fight. If you're on the field map, you can go to the menu, but you can't do that in a fight.
I could understand not being able to open the menu, but no pausing at all is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely stupid. And I feel like that came from this being kind of an MMO-style game, but you're not actually playing the game online. You don't need to do this. There are no other players there that then get desynced or whatever if you pause the game. So what the fuck?
That's a weird choice, but okay.
Yeah. Another small detail that I noticed into the presentation that I really liked, even the little flute tune played when releasing the dead body of a character, which also gives you some experience points, is matched to the background music. That is dedication to detail. That's really cool. Yes, really cool. They changed the tune for that in every area that you are, because every area has a different background music, field music. So, yeah. A thing that is still weird to me about the presentation, Xenoblade's still out here changing names for no reason in the fucking localization. Why are they doing this? Like, what's the point? Like, I wouldn't understand if all of these characters have Japanese names and they want to make it more of a fantasy thing, but it's just, it doesn't make any sense, because that's also not the case for this, because all of these have widely different characters, but they just changed them to different character names, and I don't know why. It's so stupid. They also do these weird special idioms and everything. Like, why do they translate shit with spark in this? The game is T-rated. They also snuff you instead of screw you. It sounds so silly. It's just this weird thing. They already did that in the previous games, and I don't know why they keep doing that. It's just a weird choice in terms of localization. I don't understand it.
I mean, I guess it at least keeps it consistent between the games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess they wanted to just stay on point on the same map with this game in that regard. But it's kind of like, again, all of these complaints that I have are so fucking minuscule. They don't ruin the game in the slightest. They just give you these moments where like, okay, whatever. But yeah, it's fantastic game. It's one of the best games I've ever played. It's, if it came out this year, it would be my game of the year, but it's still probably going to be my game of the year because I don't give a shit about when the game was released. But when I played it for the first time, and I played the game for the first time this time, I don't know when I'll play it again because it's so fucking big. And I technically haven't even done all of it. I haven't done any of the post-game stuff, and there's a lot of that. There's still a lot of unique enemies I could fight, and, new character classes I could upgrade and everything. And I'm like, I've put so much time into this game and the story is over. I'm sorry, I love you, but I need to play something else. Which I did, because after this I played Star Fox and Mina the Hollower. So, but I want to talk about this game last because it's the biggest one, and it was my favorite out of the bunch because it's so fucking good. Like, if you like RPGs, if you like open worlds, if you like fantastic stories, just... what are you waiting for? Don't wait as long as I did. I mean, you can wait until the Switch 2 version comes out. I'll give you that. That makes sense. I should have maybe waited a bit longer. I don't necessarily regret it, but I'm still a bit miffed that Nintendo really announced that shit when I was right before the final dungeon.
I was waiting for so long, because after they announced the patch for Xenoblade X, I was like, well, they got to do the other games now. Yeah. So I just kept holding on, and if they didn't do it at the past direct, I was probably going to be like, all right, maybe I'll finally jump in and do it. And then they announced it, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Well, then you have no excuse. You better get to Xenoblade Chronicles 2 soon, John. I'm going to be angry with you.
I have so many other things I want to play.
I know.
Please be patient. Please be patient.
And I know they're massive games, but still, like, you're missing out on some of the best JRPGs of all time.
I know.
Yeah, but they're not going to disappear anytime soon. So I'll give you the time you need. I just want you to enjoy them because this is one of my favorite game series of all time at this point. I loved Xenoblade 1 when it came out, and we got it before you guys, that was nice for a change. I loved it. I really liked Xenoblade 2, not as much as 1, but I really, really liked it. I loved Xenoblade Chronicles X. That was a different flavor, more MMO-ish, and so on. I really would like to have a sequel to that, which we are apparently not getting anytime soon because the new Xenoblade they announced seems to be a different thing again. So we'll see.
Maybe after Genesis, who knows?
Maybe after Genesis. Maybe that's prequel to everything. Who fucking knows? But I'm also looking forward to that. It looks amazing, and I fucking loved Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It's a fantastic game, and everyone should play it. Everyone who likes RPGs, everyone who likes open worlds, everyone who likes great characters, story, battle mechanics, and everything. This game has so much good shit, and only a few minor annoyances that don't quite pan out. But goddamn, what a fucking game! Incredible. I love it to bits. So yeah. I hope all of you, or at least those of you who are interested, get to experience it at some point, because otherwise you're missing out, guys. And with that, we are done with the play buffet. Holy shit, John. So, before we get to our one-up for discussion section, I'm going to talk about a bit of retro goodness. We are going to have we have a few very little news bits for you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of news.
All right, yeah, news bits. As usual these days, the news are shit. Why would it be any different for games? And the main thing that everyone is still talking about, and that, of course, we want to talk about too, is Sony announced that they will abandon physical game releases starting in January 2028. Which, I don't know about you, John, but I'm still a big physical game collector guy. I buy all of my games, or pretty much all of my games, except for like a couple of fighting games. I buy on disc. I know that this means something different than it did in the old retro days where you had the entire game off the disc. That is usually not the case anymore. You have to download it anyway, except when you buy like an already patched version from someone like Limited Run Games or anything like that. But yeah, I get that, but it's still nice to have at least a base version of most games on a disc available. If you hopefully, unless it's a Sony game, also not with a check if you actually can play the game. But, you know, just being able to put the disc in, play the game, have it on your shelf, have it look good, being able to have a friend of you borrow it if they want to have it. As I recently did again. I gave a friend of my 3 games which wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have them in physical format. So, yeah. That all of that is going to go away for Sony, which is kind of funny because they made fun of Xbox for trying to do pretty much that.
Yeah, they did.
In the PS4 era, made on-the-fly skit, which everyone enjoyed back in the day, where they made fun of how easy it is, you know, to just for people to lend someone else their game by just giving it to them, and they were right to do that. And now they're doing the same shit that fucking Xbox tried to do back in the day. And people are not fond of it at all. Like, since then, Sony has been getting bombarded. Like, every YouTube video they post, pretty much, and game they announce is full with comments, people being very angry on the internet at them. I'm pretty sure this won't do anything.
No, it won't.
They have a clear plan what they're planning to do. They are already repurposing the factories that created the disc for them to create parts for AI data centers, which of course is naturally the thing they want to use it for, because that's what everyone is doing right now and fucking sucks. Can't wait for that stupid bubble to pop. And yeah, so that means we won't be able to buy games in stores or at least not in stores on disc. We're probably gonna have the same shit that GTA 6 is already doing this year, which Sony probably used as a reason to now do this instead of maybe wait a bit for it or wait until the PS6 was out. But since GTA 6 is already doing that, they're gonna release a game package, whatever, to stores, but that will only have a sleeve of paper in it with a download code. So what PC games, to be fair enough, have already been doing for ages. PC is a mostly digital market at this point. Like, I don't even remember if there's even any way to buy PC games on disc anymore.
I mean, there's some boutique games that are very few and far between that you can buy physical versions of, but you really have to search that out. Having shifted mainly to PC, I've kind of made my peace with, that, which, that's fine for me for that. On a console, though, I want to have something I can hold in my hands. So I'm pretty sure, Saros was on sale the other day, and I finally bought it. I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be the last PlayStation game I will buy, because nothing else that's coming up really interests me that much. And, I bought the disk drive for my PS5 for that purpose, because I made the stupid investment. Well, I guess now it's not so stupid considering the price has gone up so much. I'm getting a PS5 Pro. Look at that. I made $200 right there.
Yeah. I made
$300 on my Series X. I'm going to make an extra $50 on my Switch in September. Everything. And the fact that this gives them so much control over their marketplace, over the prices, this whole thing that's been going around about I forget what the term is, where the prices, they might change depending on how often you look on the PlayStation Store. If you didn't look at it now, or if you look at it now and if you looked at it now and you decide, I don't want to know, but then you look at it later, and the price has gone up for you specifically, that's fucked up. That's stupid. That's so anti-consumer. And granted, Xbox or Microsoft tried to do this first with digital games, and now PlayStation's just taken this page out of their book, and now they're just able to do it. And the next PlayStation, the next Xbox are for sure going to be all digital, which I have zero interest in. The next Xbox is just going to be a PC with the Xbox mode that Windows has now.
I mean, the only reason to buy a console at this point, price is not even a reason anymore, because the new generation is going to be as expensive as a PC. So might as well buy a PC. You can at least play also emulated games on there and everything. And the only thing to still buy consoles at this point, which were previously the cheaper option, you buy a less powerful system, but at a budget price. And, now you won't have that anymore. You won't have physical games anymore. The only reason to still buy it over a PC is the exclusives. And I don't know, depending on how much what those will be, that is not a reason to buy a fucking $1,000 console. For me, anyway. Like, fuck that shit.
With PC, it's tough now because, Inside Games ran a story the other day that RAM supplies are sold out through 2027.
I mean, that's going to be the same case for the consoles, though, as well.
Yes. So everything is going to get more expensive. We're staring down the barrel of probably a $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 Xbox or PlayStation. Boy, everyone is saying, hey, the Steam machine at $1,050 is a bad deal. And it's going to look real good next to next-gen Xbox and PlayStation simply by comparison. Because Valve apparently wanted to sell that thing for like $700, $750, and they can't now because of supplies.
Yeah, and only AI is to blame, because you need all those fucking components for the stupid data centers, and it's eating up all the nice things, and it sucks, and with no value, giving us.
It's killing the supply chains, killing the environment. It's drinking up everybody's water. I'm glad
absolute nightmare technology. It shouldn't exist and should be burned to the ground. And I hope that happens in the not too distant future.
I'm just glad there are people who are willing to go out there and protest the building of data centers so that these
blow them up.
Well, I mean, there's that. But when you go and protest it at the local government level and they see that and if the local government actually decides to do something about it.
It always comes down to money and where that money goes, and that ultimately makes the decision. So I don't have high hopes for any of this. Sony also is pushing cryptocurrency for their shop, or gonna do that soon, and of course they closed down the digital stores for PS3 and Vita stores, or gonna do that soon. So
yeah, I don't think they've done that quite yet, but jailbreak your PlayStation 3 and Vitas, everyone.
Yeah, it's
very easy to do.
Yes, I plan to do that soon. But
I still haven't installed PKGI on my PS3, but I want to get on that sooner rather than later. So then, look at that! You just have the access to the entire library.
And it bums me out because I haven't bought an Xbox since the 360 days, so I'm out of that ecosystem anyway. But I always kept the Nintendo console and PlayStation around, and I like most of the PlayStation Sony exclusives. I play most of them. Like, I'm looking forward to getting the new God of War game and Wolverine, and those are probably gonna be some of the last games I will get on this, because I doubt the next Spider-Man game, the last of the trilogy of Sony Spider-Man trilogy, is gonna be out before 2028. So probably this will be the first big game they release to push their digital only agenda, because a lot of people were gonna get that, and they'll probably only be able to get this digitally, and that fucks me up because now I have 2 Spider-Man games from a trilogy on my shelf, and I won't have the third one on my shelf, and that's fucking annoying me to hell and back. It's just, holy shit, fuck you, Sony. That's so fucking stupid. I really hope, and I see some potential there if Sony is willing to play ball. I mean, we already have a lot of, like you said, boutique companies and people who create limited game releases, like Strictly Limited, like limited run games, like super rare games, and so on. And maybe Sony will allow them to, if they have the funds for that, to create a disk drive that will be attachable to your PS6 via USB or whatever, and then you can actually still buy physical games. And
I severely doubt it.
I severely doubt it as well, but that's the only option I can see down the road, where with licensing out this kind of stuff, they might give you the option to do that. But then again, Sony would then have to, share, like, so some of their income when it comes to, controlling all that through their own store, which they probably don't want to do unless these companies that will produce physical games will make it worth their while. Which will also probably mean that physical games would be much more expensive than they are right now. So we'll see how it turns out. Like, it's just such a fucking money grubby, pig-headed piece of shit attitude to just ignore maybe not a big part of your user base anymore, because there are actual numbers behind that. Like, if they didn't have the numbers to back this up, and I believe them when they say like 90% of the games are bought digitally now. I believe that. That doesn't mean that you can just abandon the 10% of your user base that are still buying games physically and want to buy them. That's just asshole behavior. You're just being assholes, and you can't just talk around that. You're just fucking assholes that just want to make more money. And that's all it is. You can try to justify that as much as you want with, oh, well, most of the people, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Not all of the people are doing that. So please accommodate the people who are still supporting you, but want to buy the games on a fucking disc, you fucking scumbags. And I hate that.
When you get right down to it, PlayStation is like, it's a rounding error in Sony's books. If the brand imploded tomorrow, it wouldn't make a difference to them. Same with if Xbox died tomorrow for Microsoft. They're so big, none of these brands matter to them. So, like, I think the biggest part of Sony's business, believe it or not, is apparently life insurance.
Sure, why not?
Like, whereas, like, a dedicated company like Nintendo, if the Switch 2 were a failure, they'd be gone. Like, if, honestly, like, going back, if the next console after the Wii U flopped, they would have been gone a decade ago.
Yeah, probably. They really got a lucky break with the Switch, holy shit. And what a lucky break it was. And that's the, like, I guess the silver lining here. Nintendo is still, for now, doing physical releases. They are starting to also venture into the stupid digital stuff, where some of they give the option to other companies to create like these digital game cards, which are cheaper to produce, where it's also just basically a piece of plastic. You put that in a Switch and it downloads the game from the store instead of having the game on it. And they give these options to companies, and of course scumbag companies like Square Enix are fucking using it with, the Switch 2 version of Octopath Traveler. That's only going to be, for example, available on digital game cards. That's not going to be on a real physical card. And it's a bummer that they give the other companies that option. I hate that. They should just force them to create normal physical games and not have this garbage, weird alibi version of a physical game on there. So that's just stupid. But at least for their first party games, they're still currently willing to create physical releases, and I hope it stays that way. I hope Nintendo is going to be the last bastion of this. I'm not convinced they're going to be for much longer. If, Sony's model is paying off for Sony, which this probably will do unless enough people boycott it, which I don't believe will happen. It's more likely that the PlayStation 6 will be so fucking expensive that nobody can afford it, and that's what's going to kill it. But so it's might be the case that Nintendo eventually will also switch to this model. We'll see. It's a bummer. I hate it.
If you want to get into PC gaming, the only thing that has on the market for PC gaming that hasn't increased its price yet is the ROG Xbox Allies. They are both the same prices that they are when they launched. Like, is the Xbox Ally X expensive at $1,000? Yes. But it plays games really well and really competently. You can get the Xbox Ally for $600, and it still plays games well enough, probably about slightly better than you would on a Steam Deck. And that's, $600 is at least a little more reasonable. And then you can use it as a computer as well. So you're getting a little bit of both worlds on there. So, like, it's...
well, that's something. I mean, we'll see how it all pans out. I'm very happy that I upgraded my PC last year, in the second half of last year. So I'm hopefully going to be good for a couple of years.
I don't plan on upgrading my PC for a long time. Like, the mini PC that I've built that I showed you guys, it was working great until it was having weird issues with booting up. So I was like, okay, so it's one of two issues. It's the CPU or it's the RAM. I hope it's not the RAM. So I went and bought a replacement kit thinking, okay, I'll try it out. And if it's still giving the same issues, I can return it. When, it was the RAM. So I ended up spending $300 replacing the RAM in that when it should have been a $90 fix. Can we also get mad at Micron for killing Crucial so that way there's less supply to go around?
Sure.
Because fuck Micron. They were like, oh, woe is us. We have to change our model to be business to business because we can't supply for the customer anymore. Yeah, you could. You know how you could? By not supplying the data centers. Fucking the three biggest suppliers in the world, Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung, are just like, fuck the consumer. And you know what sucks most about the Samsung part? Samsung won't sell their parts to themselves and their other divisions, particularly their mobile division, to make phones, to make tablets, to make their own branded computers. So where the fuck are they getting their own parts from?
No idea.
Like, all of this shit just keeps rolling further and downhill, and it gets worse and worse for us. And I just...
Yeah, and I don't see it getting better anytime soon, so prepare for even worse times in that regard. Hold on to your consoles and to your games and hope that you will be able to play them. And I hope at some point I will, if Sony tries to then disable it, which some people have already posted, hey, maybe they will just at some point update the PS5 in that regard, that you can't play your physical games anymore unless you do an online confirmation for all of them and everything, which might also be happening. We'll see.
I mean, you already have to do an online connection to verify the disk drive when you connect it. So what happens in 10, 15, 20 years when that authentication server is gone? And I mean, the fans will find a way to fix that. They always do. But
looking forward to jailbreaking my PS5 in 20 years.
I'm just getting mad like this about this stuff should be... It's a first world problem, but the problem is all of this ties into the issue with AI and scarcity of parts. So it churns it from being a first world problem into, oh no, this is actually a larger problem. It just spider webs out into this hobby.
Yes.
And that sucks, and I hate it, and it makes me mad because it makes me mad, which sounds stupid to say, but... No,
it's accurate. It also, that has been the console market for a while. Like, nobody could with, a very low, pretty low income could already afford a fucking PS5. But, the idea was for consoles to be affordable so that more people could, use play these games, like actually enjoy this kind of hobby and, get that market. And I mean, if the fucking NES would have cost what the PS5 costs today, I wouldn't have been able to become a gamer early on. My parents wouldn't have been able to afford that. So, like, I mean, it's a bummer that this is the way this is going. Like, this is becoming like an exclusive hobby so much, while it should be for everyone. And this extends to being able to use tools that you need in daily life. I mean, a lot goes through your phones these days, but these are also going to become more expensive again. And you know, a lot of people need PCs for work, and you know, or for everything, really. Like, if this just becomes more expensive and more expensive, it's going to exclude some people from social life, and that sucks. And this all happening because of this fucking garbage that is so fucking unnecessary, except for very, 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 very few areas of, you know, a very few job areas. And I just hate it. I wish it would go away. I wish someone could pull a fucking flip a switch and just all AI would die.
Gamers Nexus actually ran a story the other day. They have like a whole bunch of charts on their website running down like performance of different parts, computer parts across different games and different configurations. And that stuff was getting scraped by AI. So you put up a video, their host, Steve, put up a video talking about, so in order to combat AI, we've decided to poison it. So they basically put all sorts of like, I think they put like a layer of stuff into the images. So that way when the AI scrapes it, it's getting false information. And when they ran it through, I don't remember which one. I think they ran it to like ChatGPT. And when it was going through the chart, it was spitting out a recipe for chocolate chip cookies.
Nice.
So it's like, yes, this is what the world needs now.
Destroy it, corrupt it all, like
poison the well.
Make it become fucking just a mumbling idiot sitting in the corner, which is partially already is, mostly. So what the fuck? Just you're already you're mostly there. So god damn it. God. Another video I watched was I have somehow started getting recommended like these anti-scammer videos where, you know, these dudes will go and just like scam the scammers. And this one guy, Kit Boga, his YouTube channel is, he got one scammer AI to talk with another scammer AI, and they were confusing the hell out of each other and just scrambling everything they were saying. It was just like, ooh, this feels good to see. Just fucking with the systems and making them just die in real time. Oh, man. I mean, when it comes down to it, I just don't understand. And I want to end this topic after that because it just gets too depressing. I mean, in my company, we use a lot of AI now. But the thing is, to what purpose are you doing this? Are you doing this to like improve your life, improve your work and the work that you do, or are you ultimately just doing that to make more money for your company? Like, this is all this is about. This is not actually like the shit that you do in real life. And I know there are some rare examples where people have successfully used AI for diagnosing themselves, which you shouldn't do.
No.
With just so much things can go wrong there. Diagnosing themselves with, you know, mental issues and stuff like that, helping them to be like a therapy companion, stuff like that. But these are such very rare cases where you should improve other systems for these people to use those instead of this shit. And everything else is just there to make the companies more money, and that's all it's there for. It will never really improve your life. It will make you dumber. It will make you lose abilities you had before because you don't have to use your brain for them anymore. But it's good for nothing else. And even for the shit that it should be good for, like research, like quickly getting accurate answers to things, it's not reliable for that. Every time I've asked an AI something in terms of research, I'm not talking about compiling information to creating a database site for that, and that it can do that stuff. It can program somewhat well, even though we all know, have all seen the results of vibe-based coding at this point. But it's, what I would use it most for would be research, like, scrolling the different sites and then having an accurate reflection of the research that I would do myself manually. And it can't do that. Every time I do this shit, every time I use AI for that crap, it is inaccurate. There are mistakes over mistakes over mistakes. It hallucinates every time. Sometimes it's a very small error, sometimes it's a really big error. And as long as it's so unreliable in one of the things I would personally only use it for, I'm not using that shit. So how are you planning to actually get money with that, with this consumer-based version of that? Unless you force it on people and force them to pay for it because they can't use your systems anymore if they don't pay for it. And then you can pretend that it actually is something people want. And it's such a backwards fucking fake shit. It's just fake shit. Fake shit nobody needs.
I got so fed up with Google's AI overview and how inaccurate it is, like 90% of the time. I installed an extension and I was like, don't show it to me anymore. I don't want to see it. I will research and look up things myself. I'll use the thing between my ears that hasn't gone fully smooth yet. But they're trying to push a lot of AI shit on us at work. And my manager during my last meeting was like, well, I'm going to use Teams to record our meeting and then run it through Copilot so that there's notes afterwards. So what you're saying to me is you don't want to listen to what I have to say.
Yeah. I mean,
fuck you.
It's still kind of, it's technically a useful feature for people who were not able to attend the meeting. But outside of that, it's, what you said. And they're trying to do other shit with it, and I'm just like, well, I will. There's one thing like, well, we want you to forward this particular thing to us. I'm trying to be as vague as possible here. That when we receive this one thing, if it's not in this format, send it to us so then we can run it through the robot, check how accurate it is against your work, and then see if we can roll the robot out for general use. And I'm like, I'm not fucking doing that. Screw you. I want to keep my job. I mean, I don't because I hate my job, but I want to keep it until I can find something else. And then you're now getting graded in terms of how well you already are knowledgeable about AI and everything and our work, and you're probably below a certain threshold. This is an argument to let you go at some point. It's a fucking nightmare. All of this is a fucking nightmare, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. It depresses me, John. Let's get to a better topic again. And that we turn to the past.
Yes, we got to go back to the past.
To the shitty games that suck ass? No, to actually at least some great games. And we're going to talk about them momentarily in our 1UP4 discussion section.
Yes.
All right, back to nicer things, namely to our personal gaming histories. In the past FreezeFramesPerSecond episodes, we have been talking about how we started out with video games, like how we got into video games, what video games we played back in the day. Went through the early PC, went through NES, Game Boy, Sega Genesis, Sega Master System, to the Super Nintendo, and now we have arrived at the first proper 3D generation, namely the generation of the first PlayStation, the N64, and the Sega Saturn, which neither of us owned, John, right?
Yeah, I kind of experienced a lot of Saturn stuff after the fact, because Sega was releasing a bunch of that era stuff on like PlayStation Network and Xbox Live Arcade, like Daytona, like Virtua Fighter 2, Sonic the Fighters is out there. It surely is a game. Ever? Sonic R is also a game that exists.
Racing.
Gotta keep your feet
right on the ground.
I own one physical Saturn game. I forget what convention I was at some convention, and it sort of called to me. It was this Macross game based off of Do You Remember Love? And I haven't tried messing around with it yet, but apparently it's a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up with a lot of footage from the movie in there. It's 2 discs for one game for like a shoot-'em-up. So I just haven't thrown it in and messed around with it because I think I've talked about I have a system called a Polymega that can play discs from older systems like the PS1, the Saturn, the TurboGrafx CD, whatever they call it, the Super CD 2 squared, Super CD, whatever. So I've had that kicking around, haven't messed around with it. But yeah, my exposure to Saturn stuff is a lot more limited. I'm sure yours is as well, considering you didn't have one.
Yeah. I think the only ways I run across a Saturn was in toy stores, and they had displays there, and there was one. I remember there was one with a Saturn and the first Battle Arena Toshinden game. So yeah, I played that, but I think nothing else on the Saturn that I remember.
All right, I had touched on a couple of treasures things like Guardian Heroes and Radiant Silvergun, and Atlas re-released Soul Hackers on the 3DS, which was basically a straight port of the Saturn version. Like, there were very little frills to that port, as far as I understood. So,
but outside of that, in retrospective, I ran across some games that looked interesting, but I never really, also on emulation, I've never really played a Saturn game. Dragon Force always looked interesting, and wanted to check it out, but I haven't done that yet. So I'm almost not familiar with the Saturn at all, and I certainly didn't own it, and I didn't know anyone who owned it. So, I mean, later I befriended a person that had one, but back in the day when it was released, certainly not. But yeah, interesting console from what I've heard. I know there were some Saturn versions of some of my favorite games that are on PlayStation. So
apparently it was a really good machine for arcade perfect ports, especially for Capcom games. Like, I know Street Fighter Alpha 3 was released on the PS1 and the Dreamcast as well, but apparently the best version of the game is the Saturn version.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
And
I thought the Dreamcast version would be the best one.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure on that, but from what I had heard, the Saturn version was pretty high up there. Some of the Versus series games, like Marvel vs. Capcom and X-Men vs. Street Fighter, apparently some of those were just way better on the Saturn because of memory limitations on the PS1. Like, if you wanted to do a Versus match with a friend in MVC on the PlayStation 1, well, you were kind of picking each other's partner character because of how limited that version was. But that's not to say the PS1 was a bad system. I mean,
no.
The PS1 and the Saturn are kind of cut from the same cloth. They were basically video accelerators with a CD-ROM slapped onto it.
Yeah, kind of. But it was like, it was a generational change in more ways than one, right? Because before NES and SNES / Master System, Mega Drive, or Genesis, they were still kind of like the same style of games, only advanced. And now, I mean, PC had this earlier, what PlayStation and so on was getting, but now we got a whole different breed of games, like a whole different style of games, a whole new dimension that was now being employed to varying degrees of success, because of a lot of game companies, of course, hadn't figured out yet how to do a proper 3D game, how to do the controls. Controls in general in the beginning were not as, well thought out, because you had only one stick in the beginning on the controller, if at all. I mean, the first PlayStation controller only had a D-pad and buttons, You didn't have the proper camera control that you have today and everything. So figuring all of that stuff out came with a huge share of problems, and it shows in a lot of those early PlayStation, Saturn, N64 games and so on. Some huge exception, of course, that work incredibly well, but there are definitely, for every great game that you have on those, you have some really shitty ones.
I mean, it was super experimental, so it was kind of awesome in retrospect to see, hey, everyone was still figuring it out.
Yeah, it was cool. And, you got different flavors, and it was just a cool time to play games because, you still had your Super Nintendo around, but also, especially, you still had the, let's say, the parts of the old generation, old guard, still working, doing 2D games on the PlayStation, which lists to some of the coolest side scrollers that exist in terms of looks and everything. They're definitely going to talk about some of them. And then, you already have very cool 3D games that were just something very new at the time that you just were not used to, and that you just got to experience your favorite hobby in a very different way. And it was just awesome. Just having these two flavors on the same consoles, technically. Of course, more 3D stuff than 2D stuff, obviously, because that was the next big thing that everyone wanted to do. But it was nice to still have this there. And before it then came back in the PS3 360 era, I think it was pretty absent from PS2. I think were there many 2D games there? I don't even remember.
Well, Sony was pushing ever since the PS1. It was pushing so hard for 3D. Yeah, and it did the PlayStation 1 did it so much better than the Saturn. Like the Saturn, it could do 3D, but it was definitely more geared toward 2D and sprite art stuff. Like if you look at I think one of the games that pops out in my head is you look at Street Fighter Alpha on the PS1, you can see it's just flat polygons with the character sprites overlapped on them. That's how they accomplished it on there. Whereas I think on every other version, it was just the sprite art in the background, or it wasn't, it didn't have to be 3D. So Capcom was out there having to completely re-engineer the game to get it onto their system. And Sony eventually kind of relented on that because they wanted to build a platform. So, but it was definitely still, they both had their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, it was a cool time to be alive. For me, I don't even know when I got my first PlayStation PS1, because I got that before the N64, I'm pretty sure. Don't remember. Definitely a friend of mine got it before me. And this was the first time, and I talked about this in our previous gaming history section on the previous episode, I think. Some of my friends, or one set of friends I had modded NES and Super Nintendo, where they could play US games on a German console. And that was cool. But mine couldn't do that, and I didn't get into that. And the first time I did that for myself was in the PlayStation era, where I got myself a modded PS1, which was pretty easy to get at that point. Either you could have a chip installed, or you could get a Game Shark that was able to that enabled you to play international games, or so US and Japanese games. And I don't even know which one of these. I think I got both at some points because I had two PlayStation 1s. Because one broke.
I think I had an action replay at one point for playing totally legit game backups. So
yeah, that definitely also became really big for me, like piracy at that point. Because that just ran rampant during that era, or started to run rampant. Like people in school just providing you with goddamn burned PlayStation 1 discs. Not so much for N64, of course, but for PlayStation, that definitely, like, I played half of the games I played on PS1, I definitely played on burned discs that I got from some friend.
Well, when you're a kid and you have no money.
Yeah, exactly. That enabled you to play more games, otherwise I wouldn't have definitely been able to play. Like, I think I played, I don't even know which games I got on burned copies first, but yeah, there were a lot, and yeah, let's get into the actual games. I feel like one of the first games I played was Tekken 2. That was definitely one of my first experiences with the PlayStation. I mean, Tekken 3 was the big one, but my first Tekken game was 2, and that was really cool. I enjoyed that game a lot. Was a fun time. Was a big experience for me. I played that game a whole lot, and got me. I mean, I was already into fighting games, starting with the Super Nintendo era, but in the PlayStation era, that definitely hit even more so, because I also played the PlayStation version of the Marvel versus games, so Marvel Superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom. Even though those are very inferior versions to the arcade versions and to what came later, the Dreamcast versions of that and everything. I played Street Fighter Alpha 3. Really got into a new friend group who were really into fighting games, and that started with the PlayStation era. Was really big for me. And I think the biggest thing were RPGs on the other side of things. That's when I really got already a bit into RPGs in the Super Nintendo era with, I guess, Secret of Mana, but I hadn't touched any of Final Fantasy up to that point, or any other big, turn-based RPG or anything, and that started with PlayStation, obviously with Final Fantasy VII being the first. That was the big starting point. It was for a lot of people, but that was just, I'd never seen a game like that before. The cutscenes and the story, and it captivated me. It was just such an enrapturing story. It was so great, and I hadn't experienced something on that scale before. And the cutscenes in general were just a big thing. That, like, when you ran across a kiosk or something like that in a toy store, and a PlayStation was there, and it just ran some demo cutscenes or whatever, you caught yourself just standing there and looking at all of them, because now when you look back, it's very quaint how bad some of them look. Some hold up, I guess. But just having that in the game, like, I don't know how many times I watched the intro to Final Fantasy VIII, because it was set with the music and everything, Fatali and everything. It's just, it was just such a feeling of, holy shit, this is a movie that you're playing. What is going on? This is crazy. Little did we know how much more crazy it would get in terms of graphical fidelity down the road. But that was already one of the things that was so different from that generation compared to the previous one.
I think that was still probably when Square and Blizzard were really getting compared to one another for cutscene quality. Like, they went toe to toe for a long time on the quality of their CG. Maybe not so much nowadays; it's less of a discussion point. But from then through, like, the PS2, PS3 era, like, I feel like there was a big, like, debate over who had the better stuff, and they both had really good CG tech. So
yeah. What was the, like, what genres, or what did you get heavily into when did you get your PS1? Did you get it for Christmas or whatever? Did you buy it from allowance, whatever?
I think I got it for Christmas. And my first game was FF7. I remember, because I bought into the hype. I didn't know much about Final Fantasy, but I remember getting it and starting to play it, and then I was done for the day. Oh, I'll go save my game. What's a memory card?
Yes.
So that was a very hard lesson learned. But yeah, from there, branched out a lot, because God, the PS1 library is insane.
Yes,
there's so much to it. Like, That was like the big like height of demo discs too.
Oh yeah,
because I remember discovering on a demo disc this game Raystorm and playing the demo for it over and over and over until I finally actually bought it. Finding out it was the sequel to a game, and then there was a sequel to that game. So I was like, oh, they were just cranking these out, and they were all pretty good. And I mean, of course, there were fighting games like Alpha 3, EX2 Plus was huge for me. Rival Schools. Oh, fucking Air Guys. God bless the ring. What's that one menu sound? Pew!
Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed, but you're mentioning it just now, I really enjoyed Street Fighter EX plus Alpha and EX2. Those were cool games for what they were. Like, they were very enjoyable. It was fun because I remember telling my friend when I still didn't have a PS1 and I played it over at a friend's house and he got all the games like from a rental store and stuff like that. And I said, hey, I want to play the new 3D Street Fighter. He didn't get Street Fighter Alpha. Street Fighter EX plus Alpha. He got Street Fighter the movie, the game.
Oh my god.
That's not it, dude. Yeah, but fun times.
Mega Man was popping off on PS1. 8, like I think the opinion on 8 is divided, but I really enjoy that game.
I enjoy the fuck out of 8. I think it's. I mean, the music is kind of some of the weakest that the series has to offer. There are some really good tracks in there, but there are also some really boring. Like Frostman Stage is really Frostman Stage. Is that who's the ice?
Yes, I'm Frostman. Yes,
yeah, okay. That's one of
the way they all introduce themselves.
That's definitely one of the best songs in the game. It's really good. But there's some that are really. Like Swordman is really lame. But it looks incredible. It's incredible. That's what I mean. Like, you have people who have now mastered 2D looking games, and now they're putting this on the new hardware, and you have just like these really incredible looking 2D games. I mean, the other big one, of course, would be Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which is also one of my all-time favorites. And I don't know if the Saturn version of that is considered to be the better one, but I played, of course, the PlayStation version.
I think it had some extra nubbins in there, like you could play as Maria, and then there were some weird glitches you could do to get out of bounds and see weird parts of the map. So, I mean, you know, it wasn't like... I don't think it was like any sort of like speed run tech now, but it was just like, oh, you could get out of the map and see, this isn't supposed to be like this.
Yeah. But what a fantastic game, and what a rejuvenation of a genre. I mean, it existed already in the form of Metroid and some other games that were kind of using employing it, but I feel like this was, you know, cementing it as one of the main video game genres that is still heavily employed today and, you know, catered to today. Like there's so many Metroidvania games that are coming out, and that's one of the best to ever do it. And you loved it. fucking insane. And yeah, returning to Mega Man games, Mega Man X4 also fantastic. Like,
yeah, it's I don't know if it's the best X game, but it's one of the best.
Definitely one of the best. Also, speaking of cutscenes that I watched over again, definitely X4's cutscenes were up there. And also, you spoke of demo discs earlier. I played the demo disc. Was it the one that I think we talked about this before? It was the one that came with Parasite Eve. I'm not sure. But
we did talk about it, yeah.
Talked about it, but not on the podcast, I think. And it had the demo for Xenogears on it. And I watched that opening so many times and played the opening hours of that game so many times. It was such a weird demo because all your fucking special move combos were, or pretty most of them anyway, were already unlocked.
That's interesting.
I mean, not all of them, but definitely the higher hit combos. So you could hit the beginner enemies with just your fucking 5, 6, 7 hit combo or whatever. So it was stupid.
Well, I mean, that's a good way to show what's in store when you play the game. Look how cool you can be.
Yeah, absolutely, and it worked on me because I absolutely wanted to have that game. And that was one of the first games I got the US version of. because I don't remember if there even was a PAL version, but if it was, it came too late or whatever. I definitely got the US version of that. I got the US version of Parasite Eve. That was actually a friend of mine who had a modded PS1 before I did. Saw that in the store and was like, "Oh my god, this looks really cool. Let's buy that and let's play that." And yeah, we both loved it. So that had also become one of my favorite games back in the day, just in terms of atmosphere, and was really something else. And yeah, it was just this nice cross between adventure, RPG, whatever, and Resident Evil. And hey, Resident Evil, man. Speaking of an iconic series that had its start on this generation, like I already liked 1, at least the director's cut. I didn't play the original Resident Evil 1, but 2. That like completely turned into one of my friends into an absolute Resident Evil fanboy who just did single life runs with that game already back in the day, and without saving and crazy shit like whatever, and which I wouldn't do. But that's also one way you watch the cutscene in the beginning over and over again because it was so fucking cool. And yeah. Really, like a lot of big franchises, I guess, had already had their real start, their breakout hits on this generation. I think the other biggest one that we could mention would, of course, be Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, oh my god, Metal Gear Solid was so far ahead of its time in so many ways. It was like it had full voice acting, it had so much meta commentary and meta stuff to its gameplay. It was just so cool, man. Oh,
it's one of those games where it's like, hey, this series existed before technically, but then there's this one incarnation. But then you have this one game that completely captures everyone's imagination. And then that's what the series becomes from that moment on for the next couple of generations. I mean, Metal Gear Solid had enough variation, but the way that the first one laid the ground for work for what it became from that moment on for the entirety of the series in one way or another. And that's crazy. And so much of that happened during this era, I think, when they all were figuring out 3D games and how they were supposed to work and everything. And play, the RPGs that I played on that console were so fun, and I enjoyed them so much. And yeah,
Armored Core was a big hit. That
never
spawned.
Played that on,
Yeah, there were 3 Armored Cores on the PS1. There was the original Master of Arena and Project Phantasma. So FromSoft was already grinding away on that one back then.
What did you think of Mega Man Legends when you played it for the first time?
I thought it was so cool.
I didn't know what to think about it when I played it the first time because it was so different. Like I played so many Mega Man games up to that point, and they had like, they were always 2D. They were always, doing a specific thing. And then you have this adventure game, and it's just free roaming and completely different controls. So I didn't know what to make of it. I eventually liked it. I really liked Legends 2, especially. But it was so different and interesting. And yeah.
It was a real departure. But yeah, the second game was, I feel like, in terms of polish, in terms of controls, for sure, was a lot better. But I still think that that first game was really cool. And I hope that there's a Legends Legacy collection and they do something like, at the minimum, drop the controls for Legends 2 on 1, so it's a little more accessible and playable. But yeah, then there was, there was so much on the PS1. Polyphony Digital, before they went all in on Gran Turismo, had this little game called Omega Boost, where you're piloting a robot and you're shooting stuff down in space, and it was like this. It was high-speed robot action way before Zone of the Enders was ever considered to be a thing.
Yes, it was very fun. I don't know I've ever finished it without cheats, but I finished it. And the music was cool and everything. It was a really fun game. And I mean, you just mentioned Gran Turismo, which, of course, was also one of the definitive games of that generation. Not for me. Never really warmed up to it because I don't like simulation racers. I'm always an arcade racers guy. So of course for me we had Ridge Racer Type 4, which was amazing. But it was still cool. It was like you hadn't seen that kind of fidelity from a racing game before. So of course a lot of people responded to it. I also played a lot of wrestling games.
God, oh man.
Yeah.
Enix was still around before the merger. There was Star Ocean 2, which was fantastic. Before CyberConnect 2 had the 2 in their name, they made this little game for Bandai before they were Bandai Namco called Silent Bomber. That was really awesome. Where instead of shooting stuff, you're going around planting bombs on enemies and then remotely detonating them. And it was like kind of like, it made it a bit more tactical because, you couldn't stay at a super long distance, but also getting really close to enemies was dangerous. So you had to like do this weird dance where you had to maintain just this right distance and when you're fighting them. Another weirdo pick, Vagrant Story. God, that game is so strange, but it's really cool. Yeah. I don't 100% understand it to this day either, but I still enjoy messing around with it from time to time because it's just...
I want to go back to it, and especially in regards to the story, because my English wasn't that good back then yet. That's why I also didn't understand most of what Xenogears was doing. But I want to go back and experience the story and especially the gameplay with adult eyes. And so I can, fully appreciate it.
It was like this side prequel story to Final Fantasy Tactics that was kind of interesting. And Ashley had some neat stuff going on. But, oh, man. A now very dormant dead series, Wild Arms. Wild Arms 1 and 2 were great. I mean, I think 2 didn't get the time it deserved because the translation on that game is fucking terrible. But
I Thousand Arms.
Oh my God. You hit me with a nuke with that name. I never had the game, but I was always aware of it.
I still got it.
So there was that. There was, going back to CyberConnect, there was Tail Concerto, which is also apparently a really, really good game. Never experienced that, but I would love to. There was this Pong game called The Next Level, which was like shockingly fun for what it was because it had all sorts of weirdo stuff in there. That was like, you're not just playing Pong, you're playing like all sorts of variations and different modes and whatnot, but... Oh my God, there was so much for the PS1.
Yeah, I also really liked Lunar Silver Star Story. Played that a lot. Also one of those games where I watched the cutscenes over and over again because they were so cool. And there was just so much RPG stuff, so much of that genre.
Breath of Fire 3 and 4.
I never played those. I want to, because Breath of Fire 4 is on GOG now, I want to play that eventually. But yeah, I really got into RPGs during the PlayStation era because that console had so much to offer for that genre, and it was so much fun. Funnily enough, I never played all the way through one of the best ones, arguably Final Fantasy IX. Still holding out for that remake. I tried it, but I for some reason always fell off. And that's definitely one of my big black spots, I guess. During that generation. 9
is a great game. I don't think it's aged particularly well in terms of its mechanics and the way it presents stuff to the player. Not necessarily like the actual graphical presentation, but it expects you, because they were selling the game on the premise that, you'll buy the player's guide too, because there was so much hidden behind stuff in the player's guide. In the player's guide, there were codes you put in on a website called Play Online, and that no longer exists because Play Online became the backbone for the FF11 services. So all of that information it's not lost, but it doesn't exist in that form anymore. So you need a guide or a co-pilot to play through the game if you want to see everything it has to offer. And even then, if you take your time doing everything, there's still one thing you will miss, because there's one thing in the game that is extremely time sensitive and tied to the game clock. So FF9 is a fantastic game, but asterisk. So
you can probably manipulate that on emulation, right?
Yeah, I think you could probably modify the play clock on your save data. So, because there's one thing where it's like, you need to get to this point on disk 4 in under 12 hours to get this item. And that's speedrun tech. It is literal speedrun tech, which you can't do anymore as easily, because the way people used to speedrun it back on the PS1 is you would open the disk tray before an FMV would start, and it would skip loading the FMV because you couldn't read the disk.
But yeah, a lot of really cool shit on the PS1, and also some quirky games that I played a lot of, like Vigilante 8 and Porsche Challenge and Tomb Raider, of course. I didn't play much of that, but I knew a lot of people who did. That was also a series that really hit everyone like a bomb. And yeah, so much more of these that are just icons today that started out during the PlayStation 1 days.
It's where Persona got its start. But depending on who you ask, Persona started with 3.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, honestly, no jokes. Persona 1 and 2 might as well be a different series than 3, 4, and 5. So,
but yeah, fantastic console. Of course, you know, like I said, there are also a lot of bad games in there, especially in the 3D department, that didn't work out. But from most of what I played, I really enjoyed, and I always go back to some of those games occasionally, especially Final Fantasy VII, of course, and Xenogears and stuff like that. And I plan to play the remaster of Lunar Silver Stories one of these days, and because that's also for PS4 now. And yeah, it's so much cool shit, and I would like to see remakes of some of these games down the road. But I'm glad that those are still accessible technically, at least if you have a PC, because PS1 emulation is pretty good at this point, so you can play a lot of these games still, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think PS1, 2, and mostly 3 emulation is like solved now. Right. So
cool. But we have another big console in that generation that we need to mention, and that's the N64. A very particular point of origin for me on how I acquired mine. I made a bet with my uncle. He asked, he pretty tall guy. I told him, I bet I'm gonna be taller than you. And what do I get from you if I manage to become taller than you? So from some of that money, I bought my N64, of course, because I was 2 centimeters taller than him at the.
That's all it takes.
Yes, well, that's it. He's 195 centimeters. I'm 197. So yes, tall family. My mother's also pretty tall for a woman. So there you go. But yeah, the first game I had to get, and that means it was already a bit later in the life cycle of the N64. Didn't play Mario 64 and stuff like that, except on booths at Toy Store again. But we just talked about the game. First game I got with it was Star Fox 64, which of course over here was called Lylat Wars. And yeah, it blew me away. I love that game. I love it to bits. I played the shit out of that game. I got everything, every medal, all the routes, all the max points, whatever that you could use could do the multiplayer stages on foot and whatever. So yeah, it was a fantastic game. It might be my favorite on that console. But I also played a lot of other shit, some really off-kilter stuff as well. I mean, I never got Mario 64, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't get some of the big Nintendo hitters, I think. I never got the N64 Kirby game, even though I love Kirby as a series.
Yeah, I never had that either.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing to... maybe it wasn't produced in that higher quantity, so I never saw it around. That's why I never picked it up, but...
I ended up playing it after the fact on Virtual Console,
yeah, same.
but...
Yeah, but I never got it for the console itself. What I got was Extreme G...
Oh,
futuristic motorcycle racing game in the vein of Wipeout, technically, but also different control scheme. I recently replayed that because it got released on the Virtual Console and was a hoot. Fun game, kind of controls like ass, but it's still fun to play. And
yeah, I never had that, but I had Extreme G3 on the GameCube. So
yeah, it was also fun. 2 was also really good on the N64, so still very solid series from Acclaim. Also, I don't know. I played a bit of Forsaken, but I didn't like it as much. I like the Abyss or Descent better on PC. It's kind of in the same vein. But Turok, I played the second Turok a lot.
Turok 2 is a confusing game, but it's pretty good.
Yes, the cerebral bore will forever be sealed to my memory because it was just such a wild, violent weapon. But
I guess you could say it's bored into your cerebrum.
Exactly, that's true, John. And I think the most off-kilter game I had that I really enjoyed was Body Harvest. From the former, I guess, GTA guys, or at least some of them, where you just were running around in different time areas, were able to use vehicles to fight giant aliens. I think I never finished it, but I played that game a whole damn lot because I liked the atmosphere so much, and it was such a weird take going through these different places in time, moments in time, and fighting aliens with different vehicles from that time and everything. So it was a pretty cool concept. I liked it. I wish we would get a remake of that because it was one of those weird things that nobody had that I know except for me, and I kind of enjoyed it a lot. So yeah.
I was aware of the game, but I never had it or played it just because I know back when they were DMA Design, they had some other weird stuff. Like, what was that other one? Space Station Silicon Valley was like an oddball game, but apparently it's really cool.
Yeah, so I've heard. And I mean, I'm trying to remember what other big titles that everyone had for the N64 that I also had, but I think the only ones that come to mind are of course the 2 Zelda games, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Of course, I played the shit out of them. Like, I first saw the Ocarina of Time on a VHS that was available, a promotional VHS that was available at Toys R Us over here. And I got that for me and watched the tape back and forth. And it just had a bunch of trailers on it for the N64. That already did do something like that for Donkey Kong Country, and I got that as well back in the day, also from Toys R Us. But so I was so ready for Ocarina of Time, and I got that for my birthday, I think the year it came out, or for Christmas. And I couldn't stop playing it. I was so enamored with that game. I was just fucking addicted to it. I loved the atmosphere. I loved all it did. And it was the first Zelda game I played from beginning to end because I never finished the first one. I never owned Link to the Past myself, and I played and finished that much later on emulation. I never finished Adventure of Link and so on. So this was the first Zelda game I really, really got into and played from beginning to end. And of course, I'm looking forward to a remake. I wonder how it will work out and what it will look like and everything. So yeah, I thought this was a fantastic game, and I mean, everyone remembers that fondly. And I also really liked Majora's Mask. I thought there was a really cool, out there, different style of Zelda game, even though it reused pretty much all of the assets, but just the atmosphere was so completely different and dark and weird, which I also appreciated, and it being more focused on side quests, but that also had a contribution to the story and had a lot of character development for many of the characters, was just really cool. I thought these two games were just fantastic. How did you get your N64, John? And which of these games were your big ones?
Pretty sure it was also a Christmas present one year. I think my parents got it used from Funko Land before they changed into GameStop. So that's how long ago that was. They got it for me with a copy of Pilot Wings 64.
Never played that.
Oh, I played the hell out of that game. I never really put much time into the Super Nintendo Pilot Wings, but Pilot Wings 64 I played the hell out of. There was a large variety of vehicles and unlockables and different courses and things and objectives that they wanted you to do. So there was a lot to chew on in that game. And it got me wanting another Pilot Wings for a very long time. And apparently there were several attempts, and it didn't happen again until the 3DS. So I'm hoping someday they'll do it again, because the series is just a lot of fun to just mess around with and go flying and do stupid air stunts and other stuff with. Because they had missions where you're like on a gyrocopter and you have to shoot down this giant mech and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah. But that was my first one. Then after that, I had Mario 64. And I had a lot of the other usual suspects you talked about, like both Zeldas. I was less into Majora than I was Ocarina, but I still played the hell out of it and completed the game top to bottom.
I probably would have been not as much into Majora if I didn't have a game guide that came with it, or that you could acquire with it, an official Nintendo one, where you got all the info from the, I don't know what they called that book that you could also acquire in the game, where
the Bomber's Notebook.
The Bomber's Notebook, where it contains all the different schedules for all the different characters. And that made it so much easier to like keep track of that as well, and always look it up and everything. So that helped a lot. Otherwise, I might have been more frustrated. But yeah, I still really like the vibe of that game.
Yeah, I mean, even with some of that information that I had at hand, I was still like, I don't know. I don't know. It just didn't vibe with me as much. I've been watching. There's this one YouTube channel I watch, Super Beard Bros, and they've been actually playing it recently. And I've been sitting there thinking, should I try playing this game again sometime? I don't know. So I'd have to have a sit and think about that.
It's a shame they ruined the swimming for the 3DS remake, just like they ruined the color scheme and the lighting for the Ocarina of Time remake.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let's hope they do better on the Switch remake. Question mark? Maybe if the Ocarina of Time remake is a success, which I assume it will be, we'll also get one for Majora with the same engine. We'll see. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that'd be cool, but I would like to see something new.
Sure. I mean, we're gonna get that as well. I think these are just, probably also done by side studios, not by Nintendo themselves. And they're probably be working, Aonuma's gonna work on the next big Zelda, and they're gonna bridge the time until that comes out with these remakes, probably, that are probably gonna be handled by some Western studio or something like that.
Have they talked about who the developer is for the remake?
So. We'll see. Okay. We'll find out.
Guess we'll find out, yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a ton of N64 games, but like I said, some of the other usual suspects like Smash Brothers.
I also didn't get Smash Brothers for the N64. I only got Smash Brothers once Melee hit for the GameCube. I didn't know the series existed before Melee. It's like, what? There was a Smash Bros. Game for N64? I never saw it.
Yeah, there was that. There was F-Zero X.
Yes! I love F-Zero X. Goddamn, what a game. What a soundtrack. Amazing.
So much shredding on that guitar. Oh yeah. Man.
They even released a soundtrack CD for that game that I owned that had an actual band play the soundtracks, and it wasn't the N64 soundtrack, but it was just a live, real recorded band version of this, and it was amazing.
Oh, nice.
Just listen to that, like, from up and down and up and back again. It was fucking amazing. Love that game. Love that soundtrack. But I tried to play it again, and man, I don't have the reaction time for that game anymore. It just kicked my ass.
It's a very fast game. I think it's probably faster. Like, the speed of F-Zero GX is higher, but I think the reaction that is demanded of you is a lot faster in F-Zero X.
But it holds up. Like, even on virtual console, it's still a super fun game.
Yeah, there's Mario. I think I said Mario Kart 64.
Yes, Donkey Kong Racing, Diddy Kong Racing. I played that more than Mario Kart 64, actually.
I never had that game, but I always heard how good it was.
It's absolutely fun. I liked it more than Mario Kart 64. I mean, the only thing Mario Kart 64, aside from the 3D aspect added, that was new was, it had hills now. And it went up. You could go up and down to a limited degree. And Diddy Kong Racing had boats and planes, so it had a leg up on Mario Kart 64 in that regard, in my opinion. And I just played the shit out of that game. I really enjoyed it. It was a very fun time.
Let's see, GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, of course.
Yes, Perfect Dark I never played, but GoldenEye I played a lot.
They both finally have HD versions, at least on Xbox, because Microsoft owns Rareware. Speaking of Rare, I never had Banjo-Kazooie back in the day, but I played it when they released it on Xbox Live Arcade, and that's just a good, fun game. So
I'm just, these collectathon games, also Donkey Kong 64 or Banjo-Tooie or whatever, they didn't grab me. At a certain point, I always fell off there. It was like the first couple of levels, this is neat. And then I was like, eh. And I guess this counts for Mario 64 as well to a degree, although that had the Mario bonus. And I don't know. The 3D Rare games just didn't really work for me, weirdly enough. I don't know why. At least not to keep my attention from beginning to end.
Yeah, I think Banjo-Kazooie is a better game than Tooie, because Tooie, they tried to go way bigger, and it was not... It didn't work in favor of the game's design. Like, with Banjo-Kazooie, all of the levels are self-contained, and, there's some things that you can do that... You do this in the overworld, this will affect this level. And there's a little bit of that. So there's some segregation of the levels, very much in the vein of Mario 64. In Tooie, though, everything just sort of starts to run together and it gets really difficult to navigate, especially since Rareware is very averse to maps, and you could see that in the original version of Yooka-Laylee when Playtonic worked on that, and that's definitely goes hand in hand because that's a bunch of X-Rare. But there was that.
We talked about Treasure earlier. Did you play Mischief Makers or Sin and Punishment?
I played Sin and obviously we didn't get Sin and Punishment when it originally released, but I played it on Virtual Console and I thought it was really cool. I suffered through Mischief Makers. That game is so hard, dude.
Never played it. I only saw it, was interested, but I never actually checked it out.
It's a good game, but I don't think I'd have the patience for it today. It's so difficult. One of the big game, I think the last big game on this list that I really, really, really loved, though, was Bomberman 64.
Oh, okay.
It was the first, but it was, I think, the first Bomberman game I actually played, and it was like their first foray into a big 3D adventure, and you're just going through the levels, and there's these collectible gold cards you can get that then unlock a bonus world at the end of the game, and if you have all of them, there's a plot twist. That they hit you with it, and it's like, oh, holy shit! As a kid, you're like, holy shit, what? And then they made 64 2 The Second Attack and Bomberman Hero, and I bought those games like way later, like more recently within the past few years, and I haven't sat down to play them, but apparently they are also really good, and I want to sit down and put some time into them because they just, after that, I was like, well, I want to play more of these types of Bomberman adventure games, which they don't really make anymore. They just make the multiplayer party games, which, they have their purpose, and that stuff is usually sprinkled in there. Then they also had Generation and Jetters on the GameCube. I had to look up to my side to remember the names of the games because I have them on my shelf. But yeah, Bomberman 64 was just... It was a blast. But it was legitimately a really cool game, and I still think about it a lot to this day and how much fun it was. So I still love that game a lot, and I would encourage people who are just looking for a really neat adventure game on the N64 to check it out. I don't think either of us talked about Quest 64.
I never played it. I always saw it at my local video rental store and was like, should I rent that? And I never did. Like, I always went for a different game.
I played it as a rental, and that game has a bad reputation, and it's unfortunate because there was a lot of stuff apparently left unfinished in that game, and they just said, ship it. And I guess a lot of that, the concepts in that game were a lot more fleshed out in... There was a Game Boy Color game that tied in with it that did a lot of the stuff that they really weren't able to do on the N64 games. Because, like... The N64 game is cool in a way because it has this magic system that levels up as you use it. And there's like a million different spells in that game. But the game world is so large and to its detriment desolate.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Like going between areas, there's a lot of hoofing. And when you get to a town, there's like not much. The plot is very sparse. The lore is even more sparse. Like, you talk to the king at the start of the game and says, I think the hero's name is like Brian. He's like, go, Brian, and save the kingdom, basically. And it's like, that's all the guidance you get. And it's like, okay. All right. So having it as a rental as a kid was like... It didn't encourage me to want to actually sit down and play it. But I think now there's got to be ROM hacks out there that streamline the game and make it a lot more playable and probably fill in some of the gaps. But it's unfortunate because it's one of the few like actual like dedicated RPGs on the system. Because there was kind of a dearth of those on the N64. Like Mother 3 was supposed to be on there. It didn't release until the GBA. Final Fantasy 7 was planned for it, but then when they were like, "Hey, your cartridge is like 64 megabytes. We need a little bit more than that to realize our vision," and then they hop ship to PlayStation for a very long time. And Final Fantasy was a PlayStation exclusive for 2 full generations.
Yeah, I didn't play any RPGs on the N64, and that's why it's still a fun system, but that and it not having the cutscenes that the PlayStation 1 did is probably one of the reasons why I have so much more affectionate memories towards the PlayStation than I do to the N64. I mean, I played games that I really liked on the N64 a lot. Like even dumb shit like Castlevania 64, which is a horrible game. I have some fond memories of, but like compared to the vast library the PlayStation had to offer, and all the different styles of games, and especially the RPG genre, there was so much more on the PlayStation for me that I could latch onto.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, there was also Ogre Battle 64 and Paper Mario, which are both incredible games.
But I didn't get around to them. I didn't even know about them before the next generation rolled around, I guess.
Like, I didn't know about Ogre Battle at the time, but, it was definitely... Its reputation preceded it because that series went on for quite a bit before it basically transformed into Final Fantasy Tactics. And Paper Mario still kind of sort of exists to this day, depending on who you ask. I think Sticker Star and Origami King aren't too fondly looked upon compared to Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, but... there was that. I mean, there were also weirdo outliers like Hybrid Heaven.
Yeah.
And there was... That's right. There was also the Goemon games on the N64, which I never played, but apparently those are all really fun stuff. So I would like to, at some point, maybe have a look at them. I think decompilations of them exist now, so you can just play them native on PC. So, but yeah, I mean, the N64 library wasn't as nearly as vast as the PS1. I think there were maybe 300 some odd games released for the N64 compared to like there was almost 2,000 on the PS1. I forget the exact number. And then the PS2 had even more than that, which was crazier.
Absolute insane libraries to this day. Like you could play a lot of PlayStation 1 games and not run out of good ones. Before you get to retirement age, I don't fucking know. But I mean, especially if you go into the RPG genre, which the games became pretty beefy at that moment in time.
Yeah, when they started becoming multiple discs.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have to fit all on one cartridge anymore. You could just do a big whole game on fucking 4 discs if you wanted to.
Hey, Snake, do you see the disc labeled too?
Yeah, cool times, man. Just a lot of cool games to play. Some of those also got better versions on Dreamcast, I guess, later down the road, which we'll talk about next time. Spider-Man comes to mind, that came out for the PlayStation 1, but got a superior version on the Dreamcast, which I then owned and played instead of the PlayStation version.
It was a really just transformative generation, and then the leap from that to the generation after was also galactic in scale, and then beyond that, it's been like diminishing returns, I feel like.
Yes, absolutely. There was not as much innovation than there was, and at a certain point, you can just only mostly upgrade the graphics, which they of course also did, right? You know, there was the jump from NES to SNES and from PlayStation to PlayStation 1, but they also, you know, perfected the style of games that they brought in with each previous generation. Like they on Super Nintendo, they perfected the games that they brought in on the NES. On PlayStation 2, they perfected the games that they brought in on PlayStation, technically. So in terms of just graphical fidelity, in terms of actual making use of the new 3D environment and everything, introducing dual stick controls and so on properly on a wild scale, and not only with a controller that came pretty late into the game. So, you know, there was just so much shit. And hey, we're going to talk about a lot of that next time when we talk about the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube and Dreamcast era, which kind of all of them kind of coincide, although Dreamcast is a bit in between this generation and the one we talk about next time. But got a lot to talk about. So yeah, that's it for this episode of FreezeFramesPerSecond. As usual, we don't know when we will return, but we will eventually. Of course, we will return with Anime Brain Freeze next month with the season finale. But we will also return with FreezeFramesPerSecond and talk about more video games. Hopefully with some more hopeful news bits next time. But at least we have 2 sections in this that are mostly positive every time. So you can count on that being the case on the next episode as well. Until then, try to keep cool, try to hydrate in this very hot summer, and we bid you adieu and talk to you next time.
Take care and just play some games, everybody.
Yeah, play some video games. Video games are good.
Mm-hmm.